They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Women Self-Care.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Women Self-Care.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Women Self-Care.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Women Self-Care.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Women Self-Care.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Women Self-Care.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Women Self-Care.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right. right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Women Self-Care.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Women Self-Care.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Women Self Care.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of the Mother Earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Women Self Care.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of the
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. We are back again with new episodes after the Diwali special episodes that we have broadcasted live as well as rebroadcasted them for you. And now, after the festivities, the festivals of India, we are again here to bring another beautiful topic to share with you all, which is Women Special. At Glow Women episode, we always try to bring and showcase some important things that are related to a woman's life. And that's why today's episode is specially on self care. Before we talk and invite you all to know, to discuss, as well as to have chit chats on the basic issues related with women, let's start with Gayatri Mantra. You can hold any affirmation of your choice, closing your eyes with a calm mind. Let's chant Om. Om Bhuvah Swaha Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya Om Bhuvah Swaha Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya Om Bhuvah Swaha Tat Saviturvarenyam भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Welcome. Women, that plays a very major role in the society and is also regarded in many forms in different cultures globally as Shakti, Durga, goddess, that comes in the form of Parvati somewhere or comes in the form of Mother Mary, that bestows love, compassion, and so many qualities that a woman hold. But apart from that, there are so many aspects in today's life where we all run and chase time beyond so many things. And that is why it's very important to highlight certain aspects about women. And that's why today's episode is on women self care. So grab your cup of tea, coffee, calm yourself down, sit in front of the screens and listen what our experts have to say and tell you about their experiences of life, about the expertise they hold as a woman, their personal journeys and their professional skills that they have to share with all of you. And that's why I would like to invite our first guest from Israel, Heather. Global Namaste and a very good evening, Heather.
Global Namaste. Happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me again.
Heather, you are already in Israel and staying in Israel with such a long span of these conditions that we all hear every day itself is a very big challenge. And we are very thankful to you, as well as all the guests who have joined from there, that they all are able to contribute to the society and the world despite so many odd situations in their life. So, first of all our wishes for the peace at this place, and we all wish that there may be peace very soon in the places in and around, and people may find peace in themselves to stop this
Yes.
war as soon as possible. Now, Heather, you have been working as a fitness expert. You are a woman by yourself with children, holding so many professional skills. And we have been talking in the past episodes a lot about feminism, a lot about female health, about yoga, how it helps individuals. What have you lined up for us today? And what special have you brought for all the women who are watching globally, and as well as your personal messages? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So you had encouraged everyone to grab a cup of tea and settle down for a kind of passive state of listening. And my opening session was going to be or will be an invitation for a bit more activity, because I'll be talking about the benefits of jumping for female overall health as well as pelvic health especially. And since fascia, in my previous talks, I've addressed the importance of fascia, I'll address just very surface level the benefits of how jumping can support our fascial integrity and health as well. So get ready to
Great.
bounce a bit. Hold the
Please go
hold the
ahead.
tea, hold the coffee, enjoy it while you can. But hopefully, I'll really invite you to join in a little bit of a bounce session to begin this series today.
Great. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. So we'll begin. I invite you to just drop into your body. Everyone's arriving from these different places and spaces and corners of the world, different activities leading up to this arrival right now. So just invite a really deep breath to move through the system and allow that state of fullness to linger in the inhalation before emptying into the exhalation. And allow yourself a series of natural breath cycles, but really with an emphasis on the fullness of the inhalation, really pushing you to go beyond what you perceive to be full, only to recognize that you can inhale just a bit more and capture even more fullness with a pause, that sacred pause before ultimately releasing into the exhale that invites an emptiness, a sacred emptying. So just allow yourself to drop into that natural breathing cycle. And as you play with that inhalation, the fullness of the inhalation and the emptying of the exhalation, I invite you to bring that sensation, that quality of inhalation and exhalation to other parts of the body. Whether it be, since we're addressing women specifically today, or those who are working with women, bringing that quality of inhalation and exhalation into the womb space, into the pelvis, really into any other area of the body, the brain, the cranium, the head space, whatever area of your body is calling to you, to invite that quality of inhalation, of that expansion, and then the contraction that leads to emptying. Just bring that quality elsewhere in your body. The heart is a fun area to play with those qualities of inhalation and exhalation as well, all with the intent of really dropping in and grounding into the body. And from that place of having dropped into the body, I invite you to start a communication with your hormones. And how we'll do that is through a series of really simple tapping exercises. I don't like the word exercises, of movements or sequences where we'll begin on the top of the head. I invite you to join me if you feel called to do so. Tapping on the head as an invitation to balance the pineal gland. And from the pineal gland, we're moving down just above the eyebrows. You can do a little twiddle, or tap, tap, tap. Find a rhythm that works for your body right now. As we're working on this area above the eyebrow, we're activating and inviting balance within the pituitary gland, which is responsible for releasing, the posterior part of the pituitary gland is responsible for releasing oxytocin. Oxytocin, which my dear friend and colleague Julia will be speaking to after me, is really essential and optimal for all health, whether female or male, regardless of gender, but especially females. We want a ready, steady flow of oxytocin, to have healthy channels of oxytocin. And the jumping is going to be a supportive element of that. So this is what we're playing with here with the pituitary gland. From the pituitary gland, we'll go down to the thyroid. The easiest way in my body is to cross my hands to tap on either side of the neck. Again, activating and inviting a homeostatic balancing of the hormonal system in the thyroid. Oh, again, continuing that inhalation, exhalation to balance the breath. And then from the thyroid, moving to the heart and to the mammary glands, a really key essential areas of the female body physiologically. Another release of oxytocin being through the mammary glands during nursing, obviously. So maintaining the hormonal balance within the heart and the mammary gland area. And the tapping being an invitation to that balancing again. And then we'll take the hands and drop them in the back, just on either side of the spine, right around the kidneys where the adrenals are, adrenals being responsible for the insulin regulation. Really essential, especially for women in pregnancy and postpartum and even preconception. So balancing the adrenals. And then lastly, to round out the glandular tap, you might see my little Jack Russell pop in. She wants to make an appearance right now. Coming on either side of the pelvis and tapping the ovaries, inviting balance of the estrogen and progesterone levels in a female body. And then lastly, coming into the heels, whether you're seated or you're standing, I invite you to just drop. You don't have to stand necessarily. You can just drop the heels, lift the heels up. You can't see me when I'm standing there. Okay, so just drop, lift, and raise the heels. Lift and raise the heels. This simple action is activating the soleus muscle, the calf muscles of the lower leg, and activating the second pump that we have in the soleus muscle. One of the big benefits of jumping as well, being that activation of the other pump. Beyond just the heart, we have another pump in the soleus. So coming into that area of the body with these heel drops, again, just lifting the heel and letting it drop with a little bit of a, not a thud, but a bit of an oomph to it. What we're doing is we're releasing all of the work and all of the information we just invited through the tapping to transmit and transfuse in the water matrix of the body. Also the fascia, with the water matrix being an essential element of the fascia. Dropping into the breath one more time. Always coming back to the breath as an anchor. We just released a lot of new information into the system, and take a moment to just register any changes in sensation. I feel a lot of activation in my hands, and it's extending up my arms. So just tuning into that awareness, because we can bring the same level of awareness to a jumping practice. The benefits of a jumping practice being that it is another way to communicate with the fascial system. Fascia being this interconnective web of tissue. It's a collagen-like structure that connects literally everything in the body. It's like a spider web, but it transmits information at the speed of sound. It's an extraordinary mechanism that all of our bodies have. Down to the blood, there are fascial sites in the blood as well that are constantly renewing, and they need hyaluronic acid and proper hydration to maintain optimal health. So how can we do that? One way we can do that is by jumping. And jumping can take many, many forms. Something as simple as that heel bounce that we were doing, that lift and the drop of the heels where we're activating that soleus muscle, can start that flow and that hydration of not only the fascia, but the musculoskeletal system as well. How else can we do it? We can also hopping on one foot, hopping on 2 feet. So for those who are feeling inspired to move with me, I invite you to stand and we can explore these different mechanisms of jumping, because there are many options available to us, regardless of age, regardless of physical ability. My dog is on the trampoline right now. I don't know if you can see that, but I have my Jack Russell on the trampoline right now. She wants to jump as well. Everybody wants to jump. At the core, we all just want to jump. So one option, the most basic kind of beginner level bounce being a heel drop, just a lift and raise. Transmitting information through the water matrix, through the fascial matrix of our body. Second option being hopping on one foot with even just a minimal lift off the ground. A one leg hop on either leg. Beautiful. Beautiful. A favorite of many people, many of us grew up in the 80s, so jumping jacks, the aerobic approach to jumping, always fun and easy to access. Running in place being another option. High knees, if you want to do something a little bit less impact, just lifting the knees has a little bit of that element. Again, you're activating that soleus muscle. When you're pushing through the foot and lifting the leg, there's the activation of the soleus. So you're getting that benefit of another pump in the bottom half of the body. Skipping, one of my personal favorites. Not done enough in modern times. I love those of you who are skipping with me. Thank you. Skipping being another fun expression of a jump. Beautiful. And then the most obvious form of jumping being just a gentle lifting off the ground. It doesn't have to be magnanimous. It can be a small micro movement where you're barely leaving the ground. But any time you're playing with your relationship to gravity and to the center of the earth, even something as simple as this motion, where I'm in a semi-squat and I'm bouncing off of my legs. For those who don't feel comfortable going weightless or suspended in air at all, this motion has a similar effect and benefit. It's still transmitting the information and the hydration through the fascial system, through the musculoskeletal system. And another advantage of jumping, especially for women who are prone to issues around osteoporosis, is bone density. Each jump is strengthening the bone, I'm going to mispronounce it, perosteum, I think it's called, in the bone. So we're strengthening that and reinforcing the fascial integrity with every bounce. Just with this simple act of playing with your relationship to gravity, to the center of the earth, and to a further axis beyond the body. It has magnanimous benefits, just a simple practice of jumping 2 to 3 minutes a day or even less, or segmenting it throughout the day as well. It's great for cardiovascular health. It's great for building lung capacity. We're dialoguing with our diaphragm each time we're bouncing as well, along with the fascial intelligence. I cannot emphasize the importance of fascia because, especially when it comes to female health, with the reality of our cyclical hormonal nature, fascia is really essential for female health because it transmits hormones, oxytocin being one of those hormones. So the more optimal you maintain the fascial integrity, the more balanced you can keep your hormones. It is possible. We have this endogenous, excuse me one second. We have this endogenous pharmacy in our bodies as women. And something as simple as building a regular, Boko wants to say hello. Something as simple as building a regular jumping practice can support not only fascial, musculoskeletal, bone, respiratory, cardiovascular health, but also hormonal health as well. So I encourage you to jump, to get playful, and to just really be in the magic of play, the magic of the bounce, and explore your own quantum bounce, because being in the bounce invites multi-dimensional play, but that's another talk. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Heather. That was really wonderful. I can see so many people enjoying, especially all the women have been bouncing up and down, and very beautifully explained and very rightly said how important is jumping for all of us, and especially for women, and especially for the bone density. A lot of women have been struggling in their perimenopausal as well as the menopausal stages with
Yes.
osteoporosis and vitamin D3 deficiencies. And therefore, these deficiencies can be taken away by just simple exercises, a simple routine that you can add up in your life that will not take much time. It doesn't need a lot of space. It just requires a simple effort that you get up from your places where you're sitting and do some jumping exercises.
Exactly.
And we are really very excited to welcome our next guest also from Israel. And she's a fitness expert as well, and she'll be talking a lot more about it. And let's welcome Julia. Julia Shemesh,
Yes.
Global Namaste. Shalom.
Hello, hello, hello. I'm originally from Italy, grew up in the States, and lived in Israel for
Wow.
5 years. So I'm a mix. I'm a mix of a lot
You're
of
a
things.
mix.
I don't have much else to say because Heather basically just gave a beautiful, exquisite sermon on the importance of oxytocin and bouncing specifically. But let's see if I can add a little bit and piggyback because that was
So
so beautiful.
definitely there's so many things to work on actually, and you
So
can
many.
add on so many things about oxytocin. Here you go.
Okay, so
Go ahead. Thank you.
there are, when I was thinking about, okay, I got 15 minutes to share something, and my biggest aim is that you actually do something afterwards, because like we talk a lot, and talking is so amazing and so important, but what would be the thing that I could possibly say or show with my body or encourage us to do that would stick in a way that makes it, oh, enjoyable? You know what? Tomorrow is Monday, October 27th. I'm gonna incorporate this thing into my life. So, in order to do that, I wanted to give just a little bit of background and then go right into it. So my name is Julia. I'm the founder of the Moving Body Institute and the creator of movement medicine, which is a somatic practice that brings women back home to the power and freedom of our moving bodies. I'm a dancer. I danced professionally for many years. I'm a mother of 2 daughters. And for the past like 15, 20 years, I worked primarily with women to help them remember that their moving bodies have always known that this practice, whatever the practice is that gives you your vitality, that reminds you of who you are, is not something that we do, but something that we are. So the topic of focus today is how, as women, we can restore that knowing. So oxytocin, hormone of bonding and love. As Heather said, especially for women, it is the chemistry of safety, of belonging, and something that I think is a little bit underlooked, but increasingly starting to be seen, of creativity. And that if we do not have access to our creativity and our creative autonomy, that stops oxytocin as well. So these three things, safety, belonging, creative autonomy, are essential if we're serious about any kind of moving forward or moving on or moving through, which are essential, right, as we move through life. And in a world that often keeps women, and not just women, but people, rushing, striving, and also performing, what that does is that it inhibits oxytocin from flowing in a way that supports us. So what ends up happening is that many of our oxytocin systems are depleted, exhausted, and so we remain overwhelmingly dun, 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 stuck. That word stuck. So how do we come back home? How do we come back home to the knowledge, not this knowledge, but the wisdom of our bodies that knows how to regenerate oxytocin? So there are 5 movements that I would like to share with you today. Shall we talk about oxytocin for one more moment? I think we can just go right into it. So I'm going to share the screen with you, and then you can see the little PDF that I've created. So let's see. Great. Share. You can see.
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you. Okay. So 5 moves. I've added a little bit of a change to the last one. So when we get there, I'll share with you the little shift. The first is the rock. This has shown up in so many cultural, religious, spiritual communities. It is the simplest thing, and it's also an action that happens spontaneously, instantaneously, when we are feeling overwhelmed. But what we can do is we can start playing with it in a way where we're not overwhelmed, so that we can teach our body how to create oxytocin without having to need it desperately. One moment.
Oh, that's nice. 5 oxytocin inviting practices.
Speaking of
Oh,
oxytocin, right, we're gonna just give the little baby a little booby. This is the best way to have oxytocin flooding her. Your body. Okay. So this rocking on the sagittal plane, I've started exploring a little bit on side to side, right? When you're waiting in line at the grocery store or whatever, this kind of shifting horizontally side to side. But what I've worked with primarily is this sagittal plane, which is really, really powerful. You can do it sitting. You can do it waiting in line. You can do it with a baby on your boob. You can do it at a computer. You can do it with friends, by yourself. It's so simple. But here's the thing. Can we do it in a way that is intentional? Can we do it in a way that we are paying attention to the sensations in our feet and in the rest of our body? Can we do it in a way that, dare I say, invites pleasure? Can we find a way to take the most mundane, long-standing human movement that we have as bipedals and make it pleasurable? That's actually the task. If you can do that, there's no need for the other four, like moves, right? It's kind of like, the Yoga Sutra. Hatha Yoga Shasanam. Okay, if you understand that, there's no need to read the rest of the book. It's kind of like that. So if we can find pleasure in this like very simple, basic human movement, you're good. But if you're anything like me, you need a little bit more. So the second is the well. So each of these moves is connected to a different element. So the rock is the earth, the well is the water. The water is circular. The water is spiraling. The water is juicy. The water is oily. The water is liquid, right? So I usually focus on the spine, right? But you could do it in your wrists, anywhere that you can invite circular. So do it with me with like a wrist or an ankle, right? Anywhere that you can find circular, wave-like, juicy movements, the shoulder blades, the jaw, the spine, right? And with practice, you'll find places that don't do it easily. So the idea, again, is how do I take that simple, easy, pleasure-based sagittal plane movement and apply it to this more spirally three-dimensional pattern? Okay. Then the slap or the touch or self-touch. So Heather was doing this, right? This tapping. It could be tapping. I like to give myself a little slap in the face sometimes. I need it, right? And it's so good for us. It's just so good for us. You'll know your own boundaries. You can trust yourself. You could do a little bit of this. You could do self-massage. I'm using my face because that's what you can see, but it could be the whole body, anywhere, holding, grasping, manipulating the situation, anything that allows one part of your body to touch another part of your body. You could cross your legs. You could cross your arms. You could wiggle your fingers, right? It's just that it's easy to use the hand as like the most obvious way to make contact with the self. And again, the same task is asked of us. How can I use this not as a what's the word? Like a prescription, right? Oh, I have to do this. How can I actually invite this action of self-touch to be intentional, to be curious, to be playful, to be pleasure-inducing, right? Okay, number 4, the hum. So the slap is fire. You can see the change in the color of my skin. Yeah, fire happened. The hum is air. The hum is the vibrational breath. So it happens on an exhale, and it's making any sound. Your mouth can be closed, your mouth can be open. And it's resonance. It's actually taking all that work of the rock, the well, the slap, the earth, the water, the fire, and resonating it with the element of air. So we have sinuses mostly in our head, but really all over our entire body. And so how can we spread the voice that's coming so-called out of my mouth into all these sinuses, into all these places, so that I resonate with more and more of myself? Again, with that same intention. How can I, not in a way where I'm doing anything other than connecting with myself. Not in a way that I'm doing anything other than inspiring pleasure for that moment. And then the last one is the bounce. So originally for the past like year and a half or so, I've been doing a bounce, which is the ether. So we have the rock is the earth, the well is the water, the slap is the fire, the hum is the air, and then the bounce is the ether. Why? Because the bounce goes from this horizontal, sagittal or horizontal plane, it doesn't matter, right? To this vertical axis, which is essentially enlightenment, right? It's connecting the center of the earth to the center of the universe, all the way up there, across this action, this very simple primal action of the bounce. The bounce is the first time that we were like, up there, right? It's so simple. It's so beautiful. The bounce, for me, doesn't require actually having your physical body leave the floor. That's a jump, right? That's what Heather was talking about. A jump does require us to leave the floor to break contact. But the bounce is just accessing that vertical axis. I could bounce in my head, I could bounce in my hand. And what am I doing? I'm finding an easy, pleasurable rhythm. The rhythm can change, especially for women. The rhythm is going to change. It's going to keep changing forever and ever and ever, right? But how can we find a rhythm that is ours with a bounce? And then, of course, we can spread it to our whole body. So for many people that I work with, when I move through these 5 movements, especially if there's any kind of trauma in the body, which is, hello, almost all of us, it's not going to be a full-bodied rock. It's not going to be a full-bodied slap. It's not going to be a full-bodied bounce. So start with anywhere where it's easy, accessible, and pleasurable. Because if it's not easy, if it's not accessible, if it's not pleasurable, you're not going to do it. You're not going to do it, or you're going to do it with disdain, or you're going to do it with some kind of whatever caveat. So what I have switched, I know I have 1 minute left, but the switch that I've been playing with recently, and you can join me if you'd like. Instead of the bounce, which is absolutely basic, primal, beautiful, go for it, I think it's much more attached to dopamine, in my opinion, than oxytocin. But instead, I'm replacing a stretch, a vertical stretch, which is the same essence of this ether, of this center of the earth connection to the center of the universe, but stretching. And I like to play with the core point, which is a special place in the body, and then extending our extremities, i.e. our fingertips, our toe tips, the tip of our nose, whatever it is, our shoulder blade, away from that center point to invite spaces across our entire body. It's, again, one of those like very primal things when you first wake up in the morning, or when you see a cat, they wake up from a nap, or a dog wake up from a nap. One of the first things they do is that they stretch, piggybacking on what Heather was talking about, fascia. It's instinctive, so many of these things. And unfortunately, many of our sedentary lifestyles or our sedentary behaviors have disconnected us from our instinct. But these practices, we already know. Look at kids. They're doing all these things naturally, organically. So this is my gift to you, this 5 oxytocin inviting practices. May you do them with joy, with ease, with playfulness, with creativity, and with courage. Because I think it takes some courage to do it when you're like standing in line at a grocery store. But without fail, if you play with them in line at the grocery store, you may notice that other people light up around you as well. So thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for showing up. And I hope that this supports you in your life.
That's wonderful. Can you unshare the screen
Yes,
and
of course. Let's see, unshare.
so oxytocin, and what do you recommend people to the women to practice this? How many times a day?
Oh, I would say generally, in terms of how our physiology works, before noon is a good starting point, because generally afternoon is when things get much more challenging and it takes a lot more effort to kind of do the thing, whatever the thing is. So depending on, the amount of children you have in your house and the amount of scheduling and all that, I would say first thing in the morning, like first thing on an empty stomach with an empty mind. That's generally the best time.
If I
Not
can
for all.
chime in too,
Yes.
Julie and I talked about this in the movement medicine session. I'm in one of her trainings right now. We talked about this last week. The beauty of oxytocin is that it peaks at 90 minutes. Once you've had the release, the flow, the cascade of oxytocin has been released into the system by the pituitary gland. You have a peak at 90 minutes, but it stays in your system for 48 hours. It titrates off slowly over the course of 48 hours. So just keep that in mind. And the magic, okay, I'll give you a small example really quick, because you asked how frequently to do it. I also dance in the birth realm as well. And the magic of water birth, every time a woman steps into a warm pool of water to labor, she gets another bolus of oxytocin. every time she steps in the water. So she can cut in, she'll labor for 45 minutes and then be like, okay, I'm ready to get out. The next time she steps in the water, she gets another bolus of oxytocin. It is the queen hormone that exists in female bodies and supports so many things. It's anti-inflammatory and it's anti-aging, they're discovering as well. So many benefits to it.
They're discovering as
They're
well.
just they're catching up. They're catching up, finally.
Yeah, that's really nice. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Julia. That was really wonderful. Let's welcome Seema ji. Global Namaste from Hong Kong. And let's have your quick comments over the minute. You have been strongly working for women, and there are so many things you have been working with, especially the Project Pavitra with Guruji and the Art of Living programs. What is your message for everybody today? And then we'll take up the comments from Dr. Kailash. Thank you.
Well, first and foremost, I want to say a very warm global namaste to everybody. What Julia and Heather gave, the talks they gave us on oxytocin, it's no wonder they're both glowing. They both look so amazing with everything they do, and the presentation was fantastic. Thank you so much. You asked me about Project Pavitra and women. Yes, I'm a volunteer with the Art of Living Foundation, as you all would know. And Project Pavitra is a menstrual health project that we support. And the project has been extremely successful in India. And I work for Project Pavitra Africa because I'm from Africa. So basically what we do with Project Pavitra is we run programs in schools with the young girls, giving them awareness on menstrual health and menstrual hygiene. So the program spans over 3 days, where our facilitators go into the schools, they connect with the schools, and they run the young girls through yoga asanas, mudras, the correct diet, yeah, to implement whilst menstruating, a lot of menstrual awareness on hygiene, and what to do. And the reason why we run these programs, because in rural Africa, there is so much taboo surrounding menstruation. Many of the tribes make young girls believe that they're unclean, or that it's a time they need to be alienated from society in a separate room. There's so much going on in rural Africa, and a lot of these girls don't have adequate access to a pad, to something so simple that we can easily go into a supermarket and just buy, at the drop of a hat. These girls are using straw, they're using grass, they're using sand, and a lot of them land up with vaginal infections, right? And their sense of self-esteem also goes down because they're bleeding and they can't go to school because they're very conscious that they may leak and their uniforms might get dirty. Now, this might be also very prevalent in some parts of rural India, Amrita, as you're aware. So what our program does is we have our facilitators, we train them, we take them out for a 3 to 4 day program.
Yeah.
We give the girls menstrual awareness.
Thank you, Seema ji. Thank you
And
so
then take
much.
them. Okay. Yeah.
We
So
will take up
basically,
the chit chats very soon.
okay.
Thank you, Seema ji. Thank you so much. Let's have a quick 2 minutes of comment from Dr. Kailash and we move to with Sarah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Global namaste to everyone. Just want to say thank
Global
you to our
Namaste.
speakers. All three of you are very interesting, very informative, and enlightening. As a woman, I also feel so important self-care for women, absolutely crucial. And what we've just heard about this project about menstruation should really be ideally be in every schools from a very young age. Very, very important. Now, myself, I just want to share some experience that when I was growing up, as a little girl, I was suffering so much from menstrual, periods. I used to have clots and everything, and unfortunately, sort of reaching my early 40s, I had to have a hysterectomy. And I just feel that my body, instead, the bone and intensity and all that is going down. So I was wondering, with the hysterectomy, do we still have those hormones, or how does it work? How do I balance all this? So I just wanted to ask the question to Heather and our speakers, Julie, if you can enlighten me on this, please.
Heather, would you like to answer quickly? Yes.
Sure. It's a really beautiful question, and there's so many women who have similar shifts in their physiology. So you're not alone. I'm by no means an expert, and I would also be curious to understand. What I do know is that there are oxytocin receptors on the womb space, so on the physical uterus itself. But I don't know enough about how it interacts with the rest of the body. I mean, you still have your pituitary gland, so you can still generate oxytocin, but in terms of where it's landing and where the other receptor sites are, you still have them in your mammary glands as well. So it's still flowing through your body. You just have a different variation in the pelvic space. I would also be curious to know. So thank you for asking.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have Dr. Anukul. He can add up with his expertise, and then we move on to Sarah. Dr. Anukul, your comments.
Well, thank you. It was lovely listening to Heather as well as Julia, and of course Dr. Meeta Bhatia as well. It is very fascinating. The reality is, I as a part of a spinal surgeon, and in my what you call medical and orthopedic field, I come across women every day. 3/4 of my patients are usually women, and they come with exactly all the issues that you have discussed, all of them. Now, the reality is that what I find when it comes to stimulating all these parts of the body and fascia, etc., fundamentally you're working on the hypothalamus pituitary axis. But a hypothalamus is controlled by your subconscious mind. And what I usually find is that a lot of these patients who are usually very static, not wanting to do many things at home, also have a lot of environmental issues. That means issues at home, relationship issues, and other issues which are often get them into very passive mode. So there are lots of background issues which come into these. Listening to Dr. Meeta Bhatia, it is obviously an important issue, because I was a bit surprised, because I'm one of those guys who have done quite a bit of reading with so-called Ritu Vidya by Dr. Seenu Joseph. I do not know. I'm sure you must have heard about her, about the menstrual-related problems in females. And I was wondering the differences between what is being observed in Africa versus what we see the women in India. A similar type of what you call socioeconomic conditions, but their attitude towards the things are quite different. So I wondered what her opinion was. Insofar as bone density was concerned, there is something called the Wolff's Law, WOOFS, Wolff's Law, which is the bone strengthens based on the stresses that you put on. So by looking at the X-rays and looking at the trabeculae, the structures of the bone, we can make out what type of posture the person has and what type of stresses each part of the bone is given. So that's a part of the Wolff's Law. It's an important part of strengthening. And bone, interestingly, is the most metabolically active organ of the body. So it was fantastic. Oxytocin, again, as I would say, is entirely controlled by hypothalamus pituitary axis, and it's controlled by the subconscious mind. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Anukul. We'll be taking up this question and discussions further. It's time to move to UK with Sarah Mills, and she is being a lovely woman as well as a part of Art of Winning. She has been working with so many issues related with women, personal care, and so many other stuff. Global Namaste and a very warm welcome, Sarah.
Oh, thank you, everybody. Thank you for that wonderful welcome, as always. I'm always energized and smiling, being in this amazing uplifting movement for healing our earth with heart, wellness, and kindness. I am Sarah Mills. I am really happy to be here today on this incredible Women's Self-Care Summit, and I'm loving the movement and bounce that Julia and Heather have already shared with us. I literally feel 10 foot tall and bulletproof with all my energy tuned into all my cells are smiling. I'm sure about that. So I'm really excited about putting into practice some of those things. Thank you so much. It's so in aligned with everything I am and everything I believe in too. And so I am a sustainable, healthy living consultant for life and business. because they are all intertwined when we work, when we live, when we're a parent, when with all the different roles we have. And for more than 15 years, I've been part of an amazing whole body healthy movement called Arbonne, which is named after a little village in Switzerland, meaning beautiful tree. And it was originally the original really clean, ethical, plant-based only health and wellness brand and movement that's been flourishing since 1980. I haven't been there for that long. And helping communities flourish with sustainable, healthy living, which is so much what we're talking about here. I'm also a mentor and a co-founder of something called WOW, Women on Winning, which is a global community, as Amrita knows, empowering women to collaborate with confidence. And that is literally at the heart of everything. But more than any title, I'm someone who has spent years inspiring myself, firstly myself and other people, to build lives that feel as good as they look or look as good as they feel, however, whatever that means to you, that are really lives full of energy, joy, bliss, purpose, possibility, and kindness. Because as you've just heard from our two previous amazing speakers, when we take care of ourselves, body, mind, and spirit, we literally do show up as our most radiant, unstoppable selves, whatever that means to you. That's what I call the art of winning. It might mean something very different to somebody else, but it's literally never about hustle or comparison. It's just about that kind of winning experience of life for all of us. And to me, I've created something called the Win Experience, which is about well-being first, incomes that actually create impact, and networks like this amazing network of Healing Our Earth, that create real connection and collaboration. And today, I just want to dive in for the next 10 minutes with you into one of my favorite parts of that philosophy, which is how to truly love the skin you're in, right? Through self-care from the inside out. So three main things I just want to share with you is one, how to truly love the skin you're in from the inside out. Number two, why mindset, my favorite topic, why mindset and vision and self-care are literally your glowing lifestyle tools. And number three, just to finish off, there'll just be 5 simple little powerful hacks that I use every day to glow from within, naturally, sustainably, and joyfully. So I hope that sounds good. And I'll jump in. So number one is how to truly love the skin you're in from the inside out. Here's the truth. As a lot of you will know, because a lot of you are very educated here and understand this, but your skin is your body's largest organ. And crazily enough, it is a wonderful storyteller or not. It tells the tale of how you eat, how you think, how you rest, how you feel. It is literally, and when Julia, I can't remember if it's Julia or Heather, we're talking about the fascia. I mean, yes, to all of that. And, 70%, did you know that 70% of your immune system lives in your gut? Your skin renews itself roughly every 28 days. So just in 1 month, you could literally transform your complexion. And stress appears on your skin long before you may even feel it emotionally. So to me, glowing skin is never just about skin. Well, it is about skin care, but not maybe skin care as you think of it. It's all about self-care. And so when you nurture yourself from both sides, the outside with, yes, for me, I use clean, supportive products that nurture and flourish my skin. And the inside, hopefully for all of us, with nourishing nutrition, which means your body will respond with radiance. And remember to add the bounce in. I'm loving the bounce. So you'll start to look lighter. You'll start to feel brighter, and you will just feel more you. The deep, conscious, huge conscious being that you are. You'll start to feel really much more you. So, as a sustainable healthy living consultant, as I've mentioned, with this amazing healthy living movement that I'm part of called Arbonne, I have seen transformations like this over and over again on the inside and out. And it does start for me. I never know which way round to go. Does it start for me? Does it start in making my skin feel great and that will ripple down into my body? But I have to keep my gut healthy. I have to keep my mindset healthy. So I can't really say which order they should come in. But I want to use something now. I am 60 years plus. I want to use something that makes my skin. Somebody mentioned hyaluronic acid earlier. I want to make something that feels my skin, feel moisturized, feel bounce, feel light, feel so I feel good, right? And I know I can do that through my nutrition and my food. I know I can do it through using really good products that my skin can absorb where it needs. So things like, stabilized vitamin C that gives your skin a bright, radiant glow, like sunlight captured in a bottle to me. And niacinamide, which locks in moisture, right? It soothes texture and it leaves your skin feeling soft and plump, right? And the other one, white lupine, that's the one, white lupine, which are lipopeptides, and they strengthen your skin's natural structure, which I'm sure supports the collagen and the fascia as well. And it helps it stay firm and resilient against daily stressors. And when those are the top most powerful ingredients in products that I use, I know it makes my skin smile. I can see it. I mean, I'm smiling now, and you can probably see that. So whether you choose a very simple regime or whatever that is, do something that nourishes your skin because there is so much coming from the outside environment that can damage that. So on the inside, so that's the outside. On the inside, I guide people through a 30 days to healthy living. And to me, this is where the magic really happens. It's a gentle reset of your gut, your energy, and ultimately your glow. And it's way more than just nutrition. It adds, yes, whole nourishing foods. It removes certain foods for a short time that might not be serving you or might be allergenic. And it gives your body space to just reset. And that is amazing. But above all of this starts with awareness, the desire to feel different, which we've heard previously from our two previous, I keep mentioning them, amazing speakers, because it helps your body feel different. It boosts your energy. What does that do? Gives you better sleep, helps increase your productivity. I mean, what more could you want? And it's supported then for me, as this is a community of like-minded people, like Healing Our Earth is, like the Glow Women is, who want to cheer you on, celebrate your wins, and create togetherness along this journey, which is what I just think is, so beautiful about this. So when your gut microbiome is happy, guess what? Your digestion improves, your energy rises, and your skin will start to beam. It's kind of like a ripple effect. Inside care shows on the outside. It nourishes not just your body, but your mind, your focus, and your confidence as well. And do you know what? Your skin really deserves purity and performance, so never compromise. It's not about restriction, it's about addition. More whole foods, more hydration, more reset, more kindness, and your digestion will improve wherever you are. So even if you can't access in whatever country you're in some of the Arbonne movement products and tools that I use, always look for things that are plant-based and cruelty-free. They've been built with kindness. Make sure they've been tested for skin, on people, that they're free from harmful parabens and sulfates and synthetic fragrances that can add that barrier. And buy them. If you buy products, maybe you don't, but if you do, buy them from products that show kindness to animals and the planet. And if possible, maybe they're B Corp certified, which means they balance people, planet, and profit in everything they do. But most importantly, they deliver results for you. Number two is my favorite part is why mindset and self-care are your glowing lifestyle tools 100%. When you feed your mind with healthy ingredients, hear that again. When you feed your mind with healthy ingredients, because every piece of information you choose or maybe don't choose to take in, feed your mind with good stuff or bad stuff. Fact, right? And those results, I mean, those results will ripple through every single cell in your body. So choose who and what you listen to, who you hang out with. Definitely hang out with all of us because we're bouncing all over the place. Hang out with us and hang out with people and information that you want to engage with, not what you don't. Because if it makes you feel good, take it. If it doesn't, leave it alone. And if it makes you feel sad, the information you've taken, maybe it's time to change. When I was a little girl, my mum always said to me, think beautiful thoughts, Sarah. And I was a very little girl, probably from 5 onwards. I didn't really know how powerful that truly was, because today we know that thinking positive, hopeful thoughts releases dopamine and serotonin and feel good chemicals that boost mood, immunity, and even repair your skin. So here's something fun that I love to do. Smile even when you don't really feel like it. If you smile for just 20 seconds with your lips turned up, you can do it now. It tricks your brain into releasing dopamine. And that simple Buddha style ripple, smile, can ripple through your body, sending calming, life affirming messages to all your cells. Even your microbiome responds to that. So, smiling really is skincare. So, I pass it on to you, always what my mum said to me, which is think beautiful thoughts. So, here's what I know to be true: what you listen to, you lean into. What you think about, you bring about. And how you see the world becomes the world you live in. Choose the way, not the way of mass assumptions. Choose the way that works for you. Think abundantly, not scarce, because if you believe with every cell in your body that health, joy, and abundance are your natural state, they are your birthright. When you're kind to yourself, that kindness ripple outwards through your skin, to your energy, your relationships, your work. So find those thought leaders that expand your thinking. Find and feed your mind with voices that lift and inspire you. I mean, you will all have your favorite thought leaders. They might be your family and your friends. For me, it's people like Deepak Chopra, Bob Proctor, Esther Hicks, Jack Canfield. There's thousands of them, whoever you love. All of them, though, all of them, and me included now, would teach that same principle, that the world you experience begins with your thoughts, and the way you nurture that and the energy you choose. So find those people, all those habits, those healthy habits that really expand your thinking and feed your mind and your voices, and that will lift you. So each day, speak life over yourself. I always say every morning, I am glowing from within. I radiate calm, confidence, and kindness, and my energy is abundant and bright, and mindset is medicine, and joy is your best skincare. And so, lastly, number 3, just literally in 5 sentences, 5 simple, powerful hacks that you can glow from within naturally, sustainably, and joyfully. So, number 1 is hydrate like you mean it, really. Like, drink enough water. Start your day with warm lemon and hot water, and it's amazing, right? Have something that boosts your levels of I use ginseng, guarana, green tea, B-vits. Number 1. Number 2 is feed your gut flora. Add superfood greens, add a probiotic fiber to it, to your morning smoothie, whatever you have. A happy gut equates to a clearer, calmer skin. Number 3, simplify your skincare, but do something to love it, right? Whether that's you cleanse it, you moisturize it, whatever it is, just consistently, not with complexity. Number 4, you've heard this, move your body daily. Movement oxygenates all of your skin, boosts your collagen, and clears your headspace. And number 5, glow with gratitude. Write down 3 things you love about yourself every morning. It rewires your brain for positivity and self-belief, and your cells feel that energy. Small, consistent actions compound. They create a glow no filter can match. So if you take one last thing away from it, let it be this: you are your best investment. Nourish your body, feed your mind, love the skin you're in, because your glow is your superpower. And when you live well, you think well, and you'll care well. And that's when you will truly win inside and out. So I hope that's been, nurturing for you. You can find me all over the place. Linktree, The Art of Winning, Sarah Mills. And thank you so much with all my heart to have been on this wonderful call so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. That is really wonderful. Your 5 tips, even Heather is saying it's glowing. So thank you so much. We will always remember this wonderful 5 tips and keep glowing with these 5 tips all your life. They are very, very essential at every part of your life, at every stage where you are. I would like to humbly thank all these guests and wonderful, fantastic women that we have today on board. I'd like to now invite our next guest from France, who is an Ayurveda practitioner or holistic healer, Dr. Beatrice. Dr. Beatrice, global namaste and a very warm welcome.
Thank you for the invitation, Amrita. And thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Sarah, actually, for your talk. It's amazing, really. The tips are really, really great. Actually, it's very practical. And I wanted to join that topic about the self-talk and all these things. And I think at the beginning, most probably, it's not so easy for everybody because we don't come all from the same place. If you come from a place where there has been so much negative self-talk because it runs into the family and it has been transmitted, then it becomes very difficult because where to start, how to do it, you know?
Yeah.
And sometimes, and even most of the time, I would say you're not even aware of what's going on. So
Yeah.
I totally agree with you in the fact that the more positive you think, the more positive you will attract as well, and the more positivity will manifest around you. But we don't all come from that place. And for me, it took me a very long time to understand this because from my background, actually, how to say, I come from a very conservative European family where violence is very common, but violence in a sense of words, gesture. So when you come from that place, it's very difficult because you don't understand what is positivity at the beginning when you're a kid. It's just transmitted to you. And you don't have the tools actually at that time and the awareness as well, because how can a kid can be aware of those things? So I really believe that this is the work that we all have to do, to work on ourselves, to be more aware and to be very aware of what we are transmitting, what words we are using as women, because we are also taking a part in education of the children. We are taking part in so many things, actually, whether it's in Europe, whether it's in India, whether in Africa, in America, everywhere. So we have to be so mindful what we are doing. Otherwise, everything will be transmitted. And even, if we are not saying the things, it's transmitted through the gesture, through the behaviors. So we have a huge, actually, responsibility, I think. And a huge work also. So a very simple tip would be the meditation, the use of meditation. I think it's very useful because the mindfulness meditation will help actually to uncover the veil slowly, slowly, daily, I would say, and step by step of these unhealthy patterns that each and everyone is having, because I have some, but everybody is having, maybe some other ones. So they are not repeating and they are not transmitted, even for oneself and for others as well. Because as long as we don't do that unconsciously, we just repeat the things. And most of the time we are just doing and sleeping at that time. Another thing is, we have 2 wonderful tips also with Ayurveda and Yoga, which I would like to mention in that. The yoga practice is really interesting because when you come from a place where you have been with so much disconnection between the mind and the body, which is very common in Europe also. It's less common in India, I would say. People are more grounded. But here in Europe, this is what happens. Then it's a very good way to reconnect your mind to your body and to understand that all of the things are working together. It's not just the mind in one place, the body in another place. No, everything goes together. Even a very small practice, but a consistent practice would be very helpful. And but again, the aim is not to overexhaust oneself. And when you are in a negative self-talk or pattern, then again, you have a tendency to go and to overdo. That's not the aim. The aim would be in that case to just go for 5 or 10 minutes practice, not that much intensive. That would be really great. And a good part also of relaxation. I think that would be wonderful. And the Abhyanga also, the oil massage from Ayurveda, it's also very helpful, I think, to reground and to reconnect to oneself. These are the thoughts I wanted to share about it. But the identification of the thought pattern is something really important. I really focus on that. I mean, insist on that because this is the most important thing, I would say, to give importance to. And at times, even I just read a book on this geobiology, I think. This is the patterns which run into the family. So it's very interesting because it is said that most of the things are transmitted, as I said, and sometimes it's good to just give back the patterns to the, how to say, to the people who transmitted it, just to have one's own thought and patterns. These are important things. So thank you, Sarah, for that.
Oh, wow.
Dr.
Yeah, thank you. Amazing. Yes, all very connected to everything that you said, you know, and I totally understand. The thing that really stuck out from what you said was that, you know, we don't all come from the same place. As you can tell, I'm also a European as well. And although my mother said those things to me when I was a little girl, we went through extreme adversity in our family. And so maybe that was why she told me to think beautiful thoughts, because of what had happened to two of my siblings who passed away. So it's fascinating. And I really didn't come across any of this, you know, you are what you think about all day, probably till I was in my 30s or 40s. And so it is about the awareness, and it's just about awareness is what starts everything, isn't it? You know, you might be doing your robotic habits of we always talk like this, we always talk like that. But when you become aware, it's almost like you pause for yourself and go, are those the thoughts I want to have? Are those the things I want to listen to? And it's this moment of breath where you just go, I see differently now. And I can choose. And I think having that choice is the most beautiful, freeing thing that we can have, because most of us just like most people go robotically, literally through life. That's what my family always says. Well, I always think like that, I always do that. And it's like when you get that awareness, it all just starts with awareness. And that can be one person, one article you read, one amazing movement you join, whatever that is. And you can go, wow, I now see the world with different eyes and I get to choose. So thank you for sharing that. It's really beautiful.
Welcome.
Thank you,
Welcome,
Sarah.
actually.
Thank you,
Sorry.
Sarah. Sarah, the beautiful part about you is that you are always sprightly, you are always full of jest, and you look 30 years younger than what you are. So you actually practice what you preach as well. So it's beautiful. Let's do something, Amrita, now over the next 10, 15 minutes. Let's go around with Alexandra, Anukul, Sarah, Beatrice, and have a 2 minute sort of a concluding ideas of what has happened so far before we move on to the next step, to the Indian delegates and then back to Europe. So let's bring in Alexandra. Global namaste to you in Croatia. How are you?
Global namaste to Healing Our Earth.
Namaste.
So nice to see you, everyone. Dr. Amrita and Dr. Anukul and Dr. Anjali Lata, everybody's there. And Dr. Beatrice, that was really amazing. You also starting with your personal story, and like I think this is really important to acknowledge that inward journey first, how we really educate ourselves, and then they say women, they are half of population, but it's not our role is as educators. It's also we educate the other half as mothers. No, it's usually primary educators, first teachers are mothers. So how we model that wellness, how we really prioritize our own health, like managing stress and practicing self-compassion, as you mentioned, Beatrice, also like a meditation, and also saying no, setting boundaries. I know that's the most difficult for me personally, demanding respect for my own time and energy and my own space. Yeah, I think this is really important question for me personally. How to practice that, how to teach the next generation, both sons and daughters and nieces and nephews, and how to value well-being, like how these practical tips, like also from stability for the health, bodily health. Also, as Dr. Anukul says, it's a mindset that the patients come like with this passive mindset. It's really important that we are self-empowered, that we are empowered to take care of ourselves, because we shape behavior of the whole world later according to that. And then, of course, this intergenerational influence that is also so important, how it's just passed down through generations, usually via the mother. So we really, if we can do that in our everyday life to support mothers, to support young women, that would be amazing, just to have this healthier foundation for children's children and the world in general.
Yeah.
Alexandra, can I build on something that you said? Is that possible?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Speaking to epigenetics, it's very real, especially as a living expression in women's bodies. It's been said that we carry 14 generations in our living tissue. 14 generations walking, talking, breathing with you in real time. And when a woman is pregnant, 15 generations in one living body. It's really extraordinary when you consider that power and how important it is, this opportunity that we have at this juncture of time in the cosmos to really construct a new paradigm where woman, there's more of a woman centered. I like to say woman, like WOMBEN or YN. There's more of a woman centered care model that really puts the woman front and center, and thus babies and children as well, because they're one unit essentially, especially the first 7 years of a child's life. So as we have an opportunity now in this juncture of humanity to build this new reality, it's an exciting opportunity, and calls and gatherings of thought leaders like this are putting us one step closer to manifesting and creating that reality, while doing the day-to-day trench work of trying to model it, or if not trying, but of seeking to model it for our kids and for the next generation, with this 7-generation model in mind, that everything you're doing today is working towards supporting 7 generations from now, that we are the ancestors for our children and children's children and far beyond. We've lost that 7-generation model, but putting woman back in the center gets us one step closer to remembering that, because it's nothing new. This is an ancient intelligence that we're just being asked to remember.
So,
And
Heather,
yeah,
Heather, thank you very much. I'm loving this. We are talking so much diverse, from the women moods, from the women hormonal changes, from the women in society, from the women in empowerment. This is so exciting for men to get educated and women to share their points. And it's so beautiful. Let's bring in Dr. Anjali as well from India and see what she thinks of it so far. Anjali, a global namaste to you.
Global Namaste, Neil ji, and everyone from Healing Our
Global
Earth.
namaste.
Hi, everyone. I think women are energy bombs, right? They are the energy givers and they spread light and happiness and they can do everything on their toes. That's what makes them so talented and so multitaskers. And they need to think for themselves in terms of, as everybody has said, Heather, it was a beautiful session. Dr. Anupul, you mentioned about bones and it can regrow at any age. The bones are resilient enough to take shape. So I think women need to exercise one thing, which is gratitude. Slow down as far as possible. Slow down your pace of life, because when you slow down, you pace yourself, you are able to gather more energy at the end of the day. Because we have these spoons, I call them spoons in a day. You have 7 spoons in a day. One spoon is for your feeding, like when you eat food. So you need to eat very, very harmoniously, thinking about every nibble of food you're eating, kind of preserving the energy for the next task, which is your working. You're working throughout the day. So that's your energy of spoon. Next energy is how you educate your mind. Like you need to pamper your mind also with all good people around you. You need energy food for your brain, just like you need food for your tummy. You need food for your brain, which is has to be healthy. Healthy talks. These kind of people, like I have such lovely people around me now, right? So we meet up every Sunday. This is what energy exchanges for your brain. Then you need the next spoon, which is sleep. Sleep is the best tonic for your skin, the best, rejuvenator. So if we try to sleep before 11 p.m., which is why we get the growth factors, the bones redevelop, our skin collagen boost enough. So all this is so important. Sleep is a simple thing, but we try to ignore it because constant scrolling on social media now has increased. And we tend to have weaker bones, shoulder joint pains, back pains, all because we are just missing the basic spoon in our life, which is sleep. And the next is comforting ourselves. You need to grace yourself. You need to pamper yourself, as Sarah said, skin, your health. You smile for yourself. You talk around with friends, and women should meet up as friends together. Meet up for a coffee, meet up for a dessert. Doesn't matter what work is waiting at home, but you need to pamper that energy time where you're talking with your friends, which is very important, because you try to talk out, oh, I have pain in my tummy, I have a menstrual pain, I have a pelvic pain, I have, bleeding all throughout these months. These are things when you exchange, you're not keeping your thoughts inside your body. And that is what causes emotional trauma. And then the pain precipitates after that. So these are so important. And the next spoon is, don't keep jumping from one task to the other. You need to pace your life in a way where you have some kind of gratitude towards your own body. We don't tend to give gratitude to our own cells of the body, our own organs of the body. And that is why we are always on that edge. We are that hare and tortoise story is there. Let's keep running after something or the other. And that's when our body just shuts down and our energy engines are off. And that's when we like, oh God, I have this muscle pain, I have this joint pain, I have this period pains. So as Sarah, Heather, everybody has mentioned, we need to flow with the oxytocin. We need our body is made of fascia. It's made of beautiful collagen tissue, which is supporting all your connected tissues. Your liver is supported, your kidney is supported, your spine is supported. So all of them, they gather together to make you function as a human being. So let's have some grace and gratitude for our body also. And a small prayer in the end of the day also helps us rejuvenate every cell of the body, which we have forgotten off the tap. We'll be on the scroll social media, scrolling. We'll see hundred of things on the internet. Okay, this joint is not working. Let me see what exercises to do. But we don't have time to really sit back and do the basics: eating, smiling, sleeping, and preserving the energy which we have for the next day. That's so, so important, I think. And it's a wonderful session by all of you. So much we learned with each one of you. And Dr. Anukul, I really want to, listen more about the bone regeneration and how bones can be resilient enough to jump back into action. I think that's so important. We can do that if we can. As a woman, it's so important because we see so many osteoporosis setting in at early 40s, between 35 to 40. I'm seeing a lot of women having early joint pain, frozen shoulders. But I think if we start, matching up not with the pace of life, but our own pace, own individual pace, I think we'll really do a better job with our bodies. What
Thank
say
you, Anjali.
everyone?
Thank
Yeah,
you,
thank
Anjali. So
you.
you mentioned mind, body, and soul, and then you wanted men's perspective, and our orthopedic surgeon over here, who is here, Anukul Goswami. Anukul, your men's perspective, and from a surgeon point of view, how can we learn more about women so we can know how to deal with women in a better way? Over to you, Anukul.
That is lovely. Let me put it like to rather in a more summarized way. I think Sarah Mills had got everything together. It was the whole program and the set of discussions were made in such a way that Heather came in first, and Julia came in second, and Sarah sort of got everything together, and then we had Beatrice to put in all the thoughts together in one sorts of mental thinking process. It's very, very fascinating. Working in the hospital, many of the patients come with a very disease mental attitude, and I think it takes me quite a bit of effort to get them out of that diseased attitude. And we, as doctors, very often try to reinforce that view, which is a very negative thing to do. I said, all right, fine enough, you've got a this or this issue, that issue, but don't go out of this room thinking that you're a diseased and ill person. And that takes a lot of effort. And once they get out of that particular cycle, then the works, then they start looking at themselves as something little different from a diseased person. And that's a little bit of a hard work. And I wished Sarah Mills was somewhere around our place to be able to get some of the community people to get together and work in a way that really would bounce the whole community back to life. And otherwise, they all say, "Oh, I've got this appointment and that hospital appointment. I've got to go for this, that, and whole lot." I said, "No, no, get out of this issues of this illness and that illness. Try to just lead a happy life. Go out, have a look at the beautiful gardens, the beautiful trees, have a good breath of fresh air, and you'll feel happy by itself, and live out of this toxic life of disease and illnesses." Sarah, it was fantastic getting all the people together and their thoughts.
Wow. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, amazing. Yeah, I'm very inspired by everything you're saying. So, yeah, it's hard to put it into words, isn't it? I just know that it has to be the way. It's
Just one small thing about the oxytocin and uterus. Very commonly, we have the pelvic floor exercise we give for back pain and the kind of stuff. Let me put it like this: for men also, the uterus is replaced by prostate, and you with the same set of problems with enlarged prostate. And we also and advise them on pelvic floor exercises and how to control your prostate. What do you call the various kind of methods of trying to control your prostate dysfunction. So mind you that it's almost the same. It is just how you sort of understand the whole system. But men also go through the same process, but they don't tell it. So I have the same issues with back pain when it comes to prostate-related issues, pelvic floor issues, big tummies, not able to control their body weight, drinking a lot, just lying around and doing nothing. So these are some of the issues which are society-related, but really worth seeing, but very important to correlate it with the women's health as well.
Thank you for bringing that up. That was one area I neglected to mention. It was on my agenda, but I didn't hit it today. Is how the bounce jumping as a practice can support pelvic health as well for men as well as women, but both, because it's a natural antidote to prolapse, to uterine prolapse. Forget the Kegels. Kegels aren't going to help. Jumping will help to restore the integrity of the pelvic floor because of the relationship it's also inviting between the respiratory diaphragm and the pelvic diaphragm. So there's a lot happening there. I could give a talk on just the advantages of supporting pelvic health through the bounce and through the jump. And it's relevant for men as well. So I'm really glad you brought that up.
Yes, another small thing about Sarah's topic and your topic as well, Heather, was the fact that lots of the things that you've discussed are a part of the way towards spiritual progress as well. I will not go into the bit more complicated issues related to how you structure your life and how you come with connection with people, how you get connected with various people in your family, etc. But mind you, nothing happens in this universe by itself. There's a cause and there's a relationship behind it. In other words, we are being constantly being reminded they're going to keep on working towards improving our own selves and our spiritual selves. And all these actions that you've said are part and parcel of the spiritual growth. And to be happy, I think we're going to create that attitude that Sarah has told. That includes me, by the way. So nothing new about it.
That's amazing. It's so wonderful that in different countries, different genders are understanding about each other. This is beautiful. This is what Healing Our Earth does. And shortly we'll be moving on to the Indian diaspora there, where our Rotarian Lal Goyal has got so many guests invited. So let's go back. So Sarah, what have you concluded for today over the next 30 seconds? Let's just go around. What did you conclude today, and what did you particularly learned that you feel you will include in your next talk?
Oh, well, I just conclude that something I've known for a long time, that everything is connected. I've heard people talk about the fascia before, but I don't really understand it. I hadn't, but that was beautifully explained. Thank you so much for explaining that, Julia, for the jumping, for the bouncing. I mean, who doesn't love getting on a mini trampoline? But when you realize all the health benefits of it, it's just like, oh my God, just be more childlike and, be more curious, because your body knows the way. So just, those are things that I will probably add in to other talks that I do as well. Yeah, I'll be
Thank
adding
you, Sarah.
jumping and
Oh,
bouncing.
jumping and bouncing. Sarah, who is always brightly and full, or you can see from her eyes, always ready to be energetic. Heather in Israel. Heather, what is your conclusion over the next 30 seconds, what we have developed today?
Ooh, so much yumminess. The advantages of oxytocin and really inviting more oxytocin flow into our daily lives as practice by inviting more pleasure into our life. How that connects to discernment and boundaries, kind of speaking to what Beatrice was talking about a little bit as well, also resonated with me. And bringing up a topic that Julia addressed, which I think is also really important, being creative autonomy and sovereignty. And Dr. Osmani, you were also mentioning the allopathic care model, how the patients walk in passive and not feeling empowered. I think this next wave of healing that we're seeing is one of autonomy and one of radical self-responsibility. And everything we're talking about today supports this direction that we're moving in terms of that awareness of the power of our bodies. We just have to understand it with more literacy.
Thank you, Heather. And we wish you a pleasant onward time. Stay around and let's go to Croatia, where Alexandra is there, who has been with us since the first day of pandemic. Alexandra, what is your mini conclusion for today? Over to you, Alexandra. If you could just unmute yourself.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the conclusion is all these practical tips, definitely bouncing, focusing on emotional, mental self-care, like journaling and, unplugging, having mindful breaks. And that's like really for me, at the moment, something that I will really try to implement.
Brilliant. So, Amrita, you started the session, you were the producer for it. Amrita, what do you feel what
Yeah.
we have learned today for men to get educated and for women to share their tips?
Yeah, thanks, Neil Kumar. There are a lot of takeaways, especially I really liked everybody's session. And what Heather, Julia, and Dr. Beatrice and Sarah had been talking are just a combination of all the things together. And women must really understand these small things about themselves. So, not about just living a life, but it's all about knowing yourself. And it's pretty sometimes very late for a woman to realize that she is much more than what she sees herself to be, uh, and living and understanding her own self is one of the very beautiful aspects that she must understand. And that is why uh, when you understand yourself, you're able to give more. You're able to give to the levels which is um, very balanced in the society, rather than uh, overgiving or overdriving or overdraining, which are very common issues in terms of women and healthcare and well-being when we are concerned about that. And so it's really beautiful. Yes, fascia is very important. People must know, everyone must have an awareness about the autonomy and anatomy of the body, which is one of the big spaces, and how to create a well-being space physically and mentally, with a great smile that Sarah added, is one of the beautiful things that I would like to add today. Thank you.
So isn't it wonderful? We went to Croatia, France, Israel, UK, America, and now we go back to India, where our Rotarian Lal Goyal is waiting for his guests with Priyadarsini, Anjali, Brinda, Asta, so many other people. So let's introduce Rotarian Lal Goyal. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you. Thank you, Nikumar. Global Namaste, Rotarian Lal Goyal ji. Rotarian Lal Goyal ji is the founder and charter president of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, as well as he's the chairman of Organ Donation India Foundation in GAN. And we have with us guests from his side for this episode. Over to you, Rotarian Lal Goyal ji. Thank you.
Global Namaste, and thank you very much, Amrita, as well as Neil Kumar ji. I must give thanks to Healing Our Earth, Mr. Neil Kumar and his entire team for organizing tirelessly the meetings every Sunday, and even organizing the Diwali and famous Trafalgar Square, London, every year. Very, very successful program. Which is available now on YouTube. Otherwise, people might have seen on the live also. So that is where we feel that we are proud Indians, wherever we are, because of persons like Mr. Neil Kumar, who is right now busy in organizing the programs of Diwali across the world, which is a very, very big thing. And we must feel that he deserves a very, very big award, reward, although the God is kind to give him so many rewards, but definitely from the government and from the society also. Now, coming to the today's topic, which is very, very important, and that is the women's self-care, wellness, well-being. When we talk about women's self-care, women's well-being, we have to understand few things which are very, very important as far as the women's are concerned, because women's self-care encompasses physical, mental, and emotional health practices essential for overall wellness. Prioritizing regular health screening, balancing nutrition, exercise, and stress management creates a foundation for well-being. Beyond personal health, women can extend their care to others through organ donation, a powerful act of compassion that saves lives. And as you all know, that I, being the founder and charter president of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, as well as the chairman of Organ Donation India Foundation and GYAN, I always try to see that the organ donation has to come in forefront. And I am very proud to say in one way that the women in India are, and not only in India, in UK, I have seen the figures, they are leading as far as the living organ donation is concerned. But this is not a good thing, because the men also have to take the same responsibility and share and donate the organs as the women are giving. So my request to all the women on the earth, especially in India, is that they must teach their children, the boy and girl, that there is no difference between a boy and girl for anything, because now girls are doing the same work, rather more work than the boys. So when it comes to the organ donation, they must also share the responsibility which the girls or the women are taking in India, especially because before 2023, the figure is very alarming. It was almost 80% living organ donors were women, and only 19% were the recipient. But after that, the figures have started increasing. The awareness has been there. But still, we require more and more awareness, and this can be created by the women because they are the first teachers of the new generation, the children, and they must teach all their children that there is no difference between a girl and boy. And when the matter of organ donation comes, they must share the same responsibility, not like this that the girl or the women has to come forward and to donate their organs. Thank you very much once again. And now I would like to introduce my guests who are present there. I would just like to see whether Dr. Priyadarshini is there. If she's there, please can you just bring her on the screen so then I can introduce her? Yes, now she is there. So I would like to introduce my first guest, Dr. Priyadarshini. Dr. Priyadarshini is a distinguished healthcare entrepreneur, wellness advocate, and international beauty pageant title holder dedicated to women's empowerment and community health. She was crowned Mrs. World Supermodel 2019 at Bangkok, Thailand. She was awarded Miss Goodness Ambassador for philanthropic work. She is also the recipient of India Healthcare Award in 2018 at New Delhi. She was honored with the Young Business Entrepreneur Award. She was awarded the Sadhana Achiever Award. As far as her professional leadership is concerned, she is a medical professional operating Harsha Modern Diagnostic, a comprehensive diagnostic center. She is the director of Modern Medical Center at Mangalore. She is the founder of Soul Beach Wellness and Holistic Wellness Center, promoting natural health solutions. And her entrepreneurship skills are, she is managing 3 full-fledged diagnostic center branches across Mangalore, focused on preventive healthcare and corporate health checks. Her community impact and social work, she is the champion for women's empowerment and women's health. She organized over 500 free health camps and awareness programs across Mangalore. She served as president, First Lady Lions Club, Kaveri, District 317D in 2016-17. And she is deeply committed to making quality healthcare accessible to all. Having all such types of quality, I found her to a very, very humble, always ready to help. So many things she is having, which I cannot tell you everything because then it will take so much time. But she is really there to help the society. And that's why people say the beauty with the brain. I say that the beauty, brain, and the service, humanity, all packaged with Dr. Priyadarshini. The floor is with you, Dr. Priyadarshini.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful introduction. It is always a pleasure to be the part of your program since 2020 COVID time till now. And the topic which you have selected, it's like self-care is one of the best, topic which we need to discuss regularly regarding women. So we all are busy women with lot of commitments from the morning till we go to bed. It's like a hectic life always, though we plan a lot every time. Whenever we get up with the stress how the day has to be planned, how you have to take care of a family, then the business, then the social life, everything. It is not so easy for all of us, every woman out there, to just to relax. In that context, when we think a lot about surrounding, we ourselves ignore a lot, including me. It has been happened with me also, where for certain ages I just was ignorance towards my health. I ended up with a lot of health issues. Then I realized myself that if I don't take care, then what is the point I give importance to the people around me. So I always believe that we as women, if we take care of ourselves, we can give that love and care to the people around us. So self-care is not just a physical or a mental, it's also a soul, related to emotional as well as the soul. Physical well-being is something where we can think of taking care of our physical health, because since I am into diagnostics and we are more into preventive health care, I always try to convey women that prevention is better than cure. When it comes to health, when we see ourselves, everything is fine. What is inside, what is happening inside our body, we are ignorant. We have to consider ourselves, our own body, as a temple. It's a very holy place, which without which we can't exist. How we give the holy place a great, important. The same way, we should start from within. And preventive healthcare is something where we have to regularly do the health checkups. We have to regularly take care of the monitoring of our, the values of our, maybe a blood pressure, sugar level, cholesterol, or a hormones, especially because hormones are the most important things which are making us emotionally, mentally, physically, everywhere we get imbalanced. As we all know, the woman is the one who has to go through with lot of stress and lot of physical variations. If I can give the example of the monthly cycle. So where our hormonal imbalance will happen, we have to go through with the menstrual cycle, then the ovulation, then the as a menarche in the beginning, then the menopause. So everything is tracked with the hormones. So always it is important to track the hormonal level, vitamins which are very important, where the deficiency will lead us to go down with the energy. Maybe it's a deficiency of vitamin D or vitamin B12 or other vitamins. So maybe a calcium level we have to take care of. We have to look into the cholesterol, triglycerides. We have to look into the liver functions. Maybe we have to look into our sugar level, BP. So many things are there. So everything looks fine when you look into a person, but inside what is happening, why, a small eruption in the skin can indicate there is something wrong happening. So take care of yourself, take care of your own self, so that you will be confident to present yourself in the society. So that is what I wanted to start with, the topic of well-being. Then, of course, the mental well-being, where we have to be very strong, because we go through with lot of stress. We wanted to please everyone around us more than us. We want to see everything is fine, right? Okay, that then I'm okay. No, that shouldn't be the case. I should see myself as, if I am fine, the whole society or my family can be, comfortable. And then comes is emotional, or which is related to a soul, because we have to keep igniting our soul in such a way that we have to keep the light alive, so that we should not shake ourselves when some challenges come in our life. We should not give up. We should think positive, so that we can make ourselves and the coming generation, a strong individual to face this world. So
Thank you very much, Dr. Priyadarshini, and especially the way you have mentioned that the emotions and the well-being, because every woman think that she has to consider for her husband, for the children, or for the parents, or the in-laws, and her priority goes at the last. But that should not be the case, and that is why it is very, very important for all the women. You rightly said that they must consider for their own well-being, because if you are perfectly all right, then the entire household, the whole family will be perfectly all right, because you are the caretaker. Although now the women are working also, but still the feeling among them is always that they must take care of their family and they give the priority. Thank you very much, Dr. Priyadarshini, for giving such a wonderful talk. Please be there. We will ask questions afterwards to you.
yes.
Now I would like to move to my next panelist guest, and she is none other than Dr. Brinda Shine. Dr. Brinda Shine is the Academic Dean at IMS Skillversity, Kochi. Dr. Brinda Shine is a dynamic academic leader with over 28 years of excellence in education across India, the UAE, and China. She possesses proven expertise in institutional leadership, curriculum design, and child rights advocacy, and remains deeply committed to fostering innovation and inclusivity in education. Her key expertise is academic strategy, quality assurance, curriculum innovation, student welfare, educational policy, global academic leadership. She receives numerous awards and recognitions. Few of them are URF Asian Record Holder. She is named as her name is in the Asia Book of Records, Bharat Sevak Samaj Award 2024, Icon of India Award, ISRHE, GMRAF Women Educationalist Award, Teacher Excellence Award, Best Teacher Guide Award, and her publications are Protection of Child Rights, Prevention of Girl Child from Abuse, UGC approved journal, The Silent Threat, Digital Child Abuse and Support Mechanism in India, again a UGC approved journal, SOS, Science of Saving, Mind Mapping, Infinite Possibilities, Rivalry Against Chivalry, Comparative Study on Tuition Centers, Give Women the Hammer to Break the Glass Ceiling, Unfocused to Improve Focus, Farming, the First Appointed Job of Mankind, You Are Worth More Than Your Waistline, Breaking the Vicious Cycle, Dream or Reality, Women belong in the kitchen and so do men, for food has no gender. And her vision is to lead institutions toward excellence through purpose-driven, compassionate, and transformative education. Welcome, Dr. Brinda Shine, on our this very, very important show of Healing Our Earth, which has been televised all across the world by different means of mode, whether it's a Facebook or YouTube or Instagram, etc., etc. And Dr. Brinda Shine, I can only say one thing, that you are also my regular guest speaker when you have not even received your doctorate. But first of all, I must congratulate you that now you are a Dr. Brinda Shine. But I have seen the consistency in you, the way you are going upwards in the educational, not only in the educational field, but in other fields also, and for the service of human mankind. And the breaking the ceiling is with the hammer. Sometimes I feel, initially I used to feel that why this phrase you are using and you have written on that. But now I feel that yes, you are right. Because until unless the women will not break the ceiling, if they will not come out from that a circle which has been around them for so many years, they cannot be the real path leader for the society and to the world. So now I would like to give you the platform, Dr. Brinda Shine, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the beautiful introduction. You said this topic is very important to the world. Yes, it is. More than that, it is very important to me at this point, where personally in my life, I am at a point where I am resetting and refocusing. Because when you read my profile, all that I've been going through a lot, be it, in education, publications, PhD, there's one thing that I lost down the journey, that was myself. So, having accomplished one side of many things, I failed to take care. So, I'm very open to admit that there was places where I had to take care of myself, being it physical or mental, which I lost in terms of busyness, in terms of achieving things. And I came to when reality struck me that no, this is not what it is, where we generally as women in India, basically we are into attachment. Get attached to things, we get attached to home, we get attached to family, and we always want to portray ourselves as perfect. That guilt wife, guilt mom is something that takes us for a ride. As soon as we get married, we want to be the best, perfect, flawless daughter-in-law, flawless wife who could at the doorstep, whatever is required, we are there at their service. And it increases it, it's like amplify, like 1,000 times when we become a mother. That mom guilt is something that when a child comes, it is your responsibility. Whatever the child is, it's not a shared responsibility. We take it in ourselves, where we live by pleasing others, but we seek happiness in others, where we seldom don't realize that we are not happy within. Because many times it's not that the things that we do are truly that gives us happiness. So, and then in terms of finding happiness, in terms of finding self-care, what we do is fox self-care, where we go for a spa. We think when we do a spa it gives us happiness, music, a concert, window shopping or retail therapy, all that. But all that only heals us from outside. The inside soul, as Dr. Priyadarshini said, it always longs, it always earns for a care, which we seek happiness outside but not within. We don't want to be disliked by anyone. On that note, we sacrifice our health. And even in India, we should say, when festivals come, when everybody is enjoying, for a woman it is for her, she has to set it, the food should be ready, the people when they come, the relatives should be happy. So I work in a place where there are teachers, educationists. When they come to work, I could see how sometimes they come to office and then get ready, they just tie their hair and come. When I ask, they say they hardly get 5 minutes to take bath. Self care starts from within. When we say even to bathe, they have to set time, because their priority goes in different records. But thinking that we will get rewards from our children, that will never happen. Because unless our child is 30 or 40 years, unless they become a parent, they will not realize the sacrifices or the things that we do, so we don't get rewards also. So since there is no instant reward, what we do is it gives an invisible stress on ourselves. So again, it becomes like just a task that we do every day without pleasing our inner selves. So I would say, first thing a woman should learn to say for a self care, for well-being or wellness, is to say no. Sometimes, not that everything that comes to you have to say yes. Before saying yes, just think for 10 seconds, take a break and think if you could accommodate it. There is no problem saying no, just because you're taking it rather than taking a stress over. And it's okay not to be perfect. It's okay sometimes the house is messy, it's fine. Unless you are happy, nothing else matters. And I would say, since the reward, it doesn't come from the children or from the people around, I would say there should be such community, as such conferences, there should be community to build happiness in people as well, to appreciate. A small appreciation is what everybody, right from childhood, all longs for an appreciation, and that appreciation helps us to go a long way. So in self care, rather than expecting it from the own kith and kin, it would be better to have a set of place, a set of workplace, set of society, where you get people care for you. Even that matters. When the place is toxic, it is always better to move and find happiness. And because only when a woman is happy, the house is happy, and only when the house is happy, the society is happy. So everything happens from the women. So I would say the wellness or well-being is not a luxury, but it is a liberation. And it's not that you wait for someone to come and give it to you, but you have to take the situation. And especially we are living, I would say, one side, this generation is far better. Before millennial, in 70s, the men, it was, though one side it was a dominating generation, but women did get break or rest for her periods. If I have to say, every month 3 days, in terms of culture, women did get rest. And from there, a bit of modernization came, the millennials. So that went, like, people became normal, but that became taken for granted, where the pain that a woman goes through, with that she has to take care of the family, she has to cook, she has to feed. And now everybody works for economy, I mean, for balancing the finance factor, they have to balance at the work also. We are not getting special privilege just because we are having our periods. So that is this. So it's in between. I would say the millennial generation is the one which, in between the two, worse than 70s, I would say. But thankfully now I see, when I look at my son, I see he like when his friend has a stomach pain. So when in our generation we feel, it's shy to even tell it out. We say it's women's problem or we hide it. So he came and told me, mom, like my friend is not well, she's having a period, so she had stomach pain. Do you have some tips? I felt so proud that the generation is changing. But one way they say it is the influence of Korean men are tend to be kind of more chivalrous, so that is also reflecting somewhere in our culture, I guess, which is a positive thing. So at least I believe the generation that goes forward, they are more understanding. When I look even at the students that I see, there is a change that is happening, but still there is a long way to go. Rather than blaming your husband, rather than blaming your children, rather than blaming your society, live for yourself. Seek happiness within yourself every day. If you cannot find time for yourself, there is no one to be complained but you. So it's my responsibility. So everybody should reset and refocus once in a while and start a fresh journey, sir.
Live for yourself, says Dr. Brinda Shine, and very beautifully she has come out with her pain. The pain women faces especially in India, while she's working, and how much responsibility the family gives without knowing the well-being of the lady of the house. And I'm sure the way she has mentioned that the new generation is now taking up, the changes coming up. The day will come, definitely. And that's why these types of topics on the conference or on this Healing Our Earth, I must give again the credit to Mr. Neil Kumar to keep such types of topics so that the message goes to the society and to the entire world that how India is also changing, but still miles to go. Thank you very much. And now I would like to move to my next panelist. Yes, and please stay so that we will be able to talk to you further. Now, I would like to introduce, and this time my next panelist is not that experienced, as you have heard two experienced women, but she's a young lady. But she impressed me, and that's why whenever I have such types of topics, I immediately, her name stuck to me, and she is none other than Miss Astha Saxena. Miss Astha Saxena is a psycho-oncologist and the founder and director of Psycan Monovaha Private Limited, Mathura. She is a member of the Counselors Council of India, the International Psycho-Oncology Society, IPOS, and serves as a non-oncology member of the American Society of Clinical Oncology, ASCO. Ms. Saxena received her specialized training at the Rajiv Gandhi Cancer Institute and Research Center, New Delhi, and Metro Hospital and Cancer Institute, Preet Vihar, Delhi. She previously served as a consultant psycho-oncologist at Metro Cancer Institute, Faridabad. In recognition of her outstanding contribution to the field, Ms. Saxena was honored with the Young Achievers Award by Business World's 30 Under 30. Welcome, Ms. Astha Saxena. You have heard our two previous speakers, Dr. Priyadarshini as well as Dr. Brinda Shine, and both have emphasized on the self-care. Now, being a psycho-oncologist, which is not a common profession as of now in small cities, I can say in big cities, metro cities, yes, but not in small cities. We would like to know your views on today's very, very important topic about the well-being and of women self-care. Dr. Astha, Miss Astha Saxena.
Global namaste to everyone. I'll share my presentation.
Yes.
It's such a pleasure to be here today with you. And I feel honored to join you in this meaningful conversation with Healing Our Earth and Rotary Club of Organ Donation International. Whether you are a man, a woman, a friend, or an ally, you are a crucial part of this conversation about health and self-care. Taking care of ourselves and each other isn't just personal, it's an act of compassion and community. Today, under the theme Women's Self-Care, Wellness and Wellbeing, we will focus on breast cancer awareness, why it matters, what actions we can take, and how emotional well-being is an integral part of this journey. Since October is a breast cancer awareness month, and it feels a perfect opportunity to start this conversation. Let's start with why this conversation matters. In India, breast cancer is the most common cancer, making up about 27 of the female cancers. Recent research shows that 5 year survival rate after diagnosis in India is around 66.4%. But, and this is the key, when the disease is found early, the 5 year survival rate jumps to about 81%. That difference isn't just medical jargon, it's time, care, and awareness. It means that self care, early checks, and emotional readiness can change lives. And yes, even if you're a man here, you can support your voice, your awareness matter because no one exists in isolation. Early detection really is a game changer. It means that disease is caught when it's smaller, more treatable, and before it spreads. Medical screening tools like breast cancer examinations and mammography are helpful ways to catch each issue sooner rather than the later. But even before the scan, knowing your family history, paying attention to changes in your own body, and acting on them, that's the self-care in action. It's not about fear. It's about taking proactive care of yourself and the people you love. Next is self assessment, know your body. First, I'll tell you about the right time and location for your self examination. Every woman above 35 should perform a monthly checkup. If you are menstruate, the best time is to 3 to 5 days after your periods end, around the fifth day of your cycle, when breasts are least lumpy. If you don't menstruate, pick one easy day to remember each month. The examination are cover the entire breast, extending to the collarbone, across to the middle of your breastbone, down to the bottom fold of the breast, out in your armpit. Then there are three steps that we need to follow. First is look into the mirror. Stand in front of a mirror with arms in the different position. First is at side, second is at raise, and the third one is hands on the hip. Look for changes in size, shape, color, or even skin texture, dimpling, piquing, redness. Check for an inverted nipple or if there's any unusual discharge. Second is lying down. Lie down or flatten breast tissues. Use your three fingers, these three fingers, with light, medium, and firm pressure to examine the entire area symmetrically. Like we can go in a circular motion like this and from upwards to downwards like this, and sometimes, and the third part is from going downwards to upwards like this, to check whether if there any lump or any lesion are there. Third is feel. Like repeat the manual check while standing or in the shower, as soapy skin can make it easier to detect a lump or thickening. What to look and feel for. Signs of change. Look for anything new or different from last month. This includes a new lump or thickening in the breast or armpit. Other changes to note: swelling, persistent pain, skin changes, or any unusual nipple discharge. Your goal is to know your normal so you can spot what is not normal. Fourth is take action and get professional care. If you find something off, don't wait. Over 2 lakhs cases are diagnosed and more than 80,000 deaths are reported yearly in India. So that means early detection save lives. Consult a doctor immediately if you notice any persistent change. Self-awareness is not a substitute. Self-awareness and self-examination is not a substitute for professional screening. It is a vital complement to the professional clinical breast examination and a mammography. I know our focus today is on women's self-care, but I wanted to take a minute to share my thoughts about male breast cancer as well. Men can get breast cancer too. About 1% of cases worldwide. It's often diagnosed late because awareness is low and men may feel shame or denial. The emotional impact can be heavy: anxiety, isolation, fear. Families, friends, and mental health supports play a crucial role here. Normalizing this conversation helps men seek help earlier and ensure they receive the care and emotional support they deserve. As a mother, sister, wife, or a daughter, we should take care of the men in our lives too. Next is emotional and psychological impact. Let's pause for a moment and talk about the emotional side. Because health is more than just physical. When someone receives a cancer diagnosis, it brings a wave of shock, fear, questions, identity shifts. Who am I? How will people see me? How will I handle this? Families and caregivers carry their own emotional load too, and often they get overlooked. That's where emotional support matters. Counseling, peer groups, therapy, support groups, they are not just optional extras, they're the part of mental health journey. Because when the mind is supported, the body responds better and recovery becomes more possible. In my role as a psycho-oncologist, I have seen how mind and body interact in this journey. At PsyCan, we talk about holistic approach, medical care along with the emotional and community care. We help patients and families processing feelings, rebuilding confidence, manage fear of recurrence, and connect with their life. Because you are not, because you are more than your diagnosis. You are full human being, experienced, resilient, and worthy. And let's honor that. Self care isn't only for when something is going wrong or something is wrong, it's for everyday living. Good nutrition, physical activity, keeping healthy weight, all of these lower risk factors. Sleep well, stress less, and go for your checkups. Make a habit, not a one time event. Support network matters. Whoever you are, whoever you know, encourage each other because self care is not selfish. Now I would like to break some myths, but gently, clearly. Only older women can get breast cancer. No, not that's not true. Many women under 50 are getting diagnosed in India. No pain means everything is fine. Not always. Some cancer don't hurt early. Then comes mammography are dangerous. Actually, they are safe and standard tools. Next is cancer means death. No, many women live after very well after the treatment when they caught early. So let's replace the myths with fact, fear with action, and silence with conversation. uh, Closing and the call to action. As we conclude, I leave you with this. Awareness leads to action, which turns and leads to empowerment. Talk to your doctor if you are women, get your screening. If you are men, ask how you can support the women in your life and your health too. Teach someone a self check, share this knowledge. Self care is not indulgence, it's strength. It's how we honor ourselves and around us. At PsyCan, we believe in healing body and mind both. But you are more than your diagnosis. You are a person, a story, a future, a life to be lived fully. Thank you for your presence, your care, your compassion. Let's move forward stronger together. Thank you.
Self-care is strength, not selfishness, says Miss Asta Saxena. And very rightly she says, because the topic self-care, people feel that it's a selfishness for the women. No, it's not the selfishness for the women, but rather it is for the selfishness of the man. Because if the woman of the house is healthy, happy, then definitely the house will be happy. And this is what the message is. And it's very rightly presented by Ms. Asta Saxena, because this breast cancer month, which we are celebrating in India, is where we must get, especially the women, must check themselves. And now she has mentioned about the men also. So it is also that men also should check so that they must get early detection so that survival rate can be good. Thank you very much, Ms. Astha Saxena, for giving your very good views. Please stay there. And now I will like to bring my next panelist guest, and she is Advocate Gayatri S. Mohan. Advocate Gayatri S. Mohan is a young, dynamic lawyer of Trivandrum or Trivandrum. She is internationally recognized as a youth ambassador of India to China by Government of India in 2019. As well as she was the International Youth Delegate, Government of India 2019. And I also met her in 3 years back in Kolkata, where she participated in the World Peace Summit, Peace Parliament at Kolkata Raj Bhavan, where she spoke on the topic. And I was so much impressed by this young advocate, that the way she has spoken fearlessly and gave the answers to so many participants at that time, that I found that she is such a girl, I must say, that she can very well show a good path in the future. And that's why whenever there is such types of topics, I always also remember her. So Advocate Gayatri Mohan is also a legal panel appointments. She's having lots of illegal panel appointments like panel lawyer. She's a panel lawyer for POXO cases of from 21 to present in the Thiruvananthapuram. She is a panel lawyer of Thiruvananthapuram Legal Service Authority, TLSA, Nyatik, Nyat, Nyatinkara. She is a remand advocate, judicial first class magistrate of court 7, and she is a legal aid clinic advocate, Kochuka Grama Panchayat 2025. She is also the community legal service in the service of community legal for the Sambada Resource Person District Legal Service Authority DLSA Thiruvananthapuram. Welcome, Advocate Gayatri S. Mohan. As mentioned to you, I met you at Calcutta Raj Bhavan, and where I found a fearless girl speaking in front of even the His Excellency, the Governor of West Bengal, Dr. C.V. Anand Bose, and all the delegates, international delegates were present. And the way you have approached, the way you have given the answers, it shows the caliber, and it really shows that Indian women of the new generations are far ahead of the Indian men of, I will not say the new generation, at least of my generation. So welcome, Advocate Gayatri Mohan. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Lal Goyalji. Namaste, everybody. Myself, Advocate Gayatri S. Mohan from Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala. Actually, I'm really thrilled to be in this summit. It's about women's care, wellness, and let's talk. And all the speakers who talked before me, it was excellent. You guys already covered what I wanted to cover. Yet, let's talk. Okay, when it comes to self care, women are conditioned from childhood onwards to think about others, put others first, prioritize others' needs first. Actually, it need to be changed. I myself actually learned the word self-love very late in my life. Okay, so the thing of self-love should be cultivated from very young age onwards. And the gender dynamics when it comes to that one, actually boys as well as girls from childhood onwards, we are conditioned to be think like a way that is called gender stereotypes. Boy, if you are a boy, you have to be always be very strong, you should not show your emotions, you should not cry. Likewise, boys are conditioned. And when it comes to women, we are conditioned to be not to show any anger, be kind, be soft spoken, prioritizing others. These are gender stereotypes which are putting pressure to both the genders, both men and women from childhood onwards. So our when we grow up, we forget ourselves and we are putting ourselves back, and it is creating a lot of mental health issue, physical issues, emotional issues to the women as well as men also actually. So when we talk about women's health, we have to think we have to think the gender stereotype, and we should break that one. And let's get into the point: dimensions of wellness as well as dimensions of self-care or women's care. Actually, when it comes to wellness, there are different dimensions. We are a complex of not just body. We have multi dimensions. Like we are the interconnection of body, mind, emotions, spiritual, social, then financial, environment. All these factors affects us. So we need to have a balance of everything. When it comes to body, of course, yes, we need to have a very balanced diet. We have to do our regular exercise. But as doctors and the speakers already pointed out, we are already doing a lot of work. So in the household works, then when it comes to career also, we are doing a lot of work. We are multitasking. So we are putting our health actually behind. We are working, but when it comes to our health, yes, it is impacting us. So we have to shift. We have to give ourselves permission to take proper exercise, as well as we have to delegate our authority. We should teach our life partners or our parents to share the responsibilities. it is a tendency. Even I also had that centralization of authority. I take all the authority, I do all the work, doing the work of 10 people together. It is of course is we can do, but it puts a lot of pressure on us. So we have to know how to delegate our authority, delegate the work, so it will be easy for us and we can take care of our body. So yes, exercising when yes, that is important. Then balanced diet is important. Then sleep, rest or recreation. Even in my mental diary, the rest was not there. I was always working and working and working, but it should be there so that our body will get back from its recovery, from its injury. We get more energized. So rest should be there in our life, on our daily life. So physical exercises, proper exercise, proper exercise, balanced diet, rest. Then of course is delegation of authority. Even we should learn how to delegate the work in our inside our house, as well as when it comes to outside. When we work outside, we should know how to delegate the authority. And the most important as well as a powerful word, actually women least say is no. We should say we should know, actually, when to create the boundary, when should we must say no. We are conditioned to say yes to all the time, to our family as well as to other people. From childhood onwards, we are conditioned to be people pleasers. When yes, after pleasing people we are not actually happy, it's because we are not telling no. We must say no. So yes, it is good for ourselves. Yes, we talked about physical dimension. Then it comes to mental aspect. We need to take care of our mental health as well as emotional health, doing what makes us happy, as well as saying no to the things which are not good for ourselves or good for our family. We should say no. Then when it comes to intellectual aspect, the learning doesn't end with school or college. We have lifelong different experiences are coming, and of course, as we have to learn new things, adapt to new changes by updating our skills. So we should open up our mind always, intellectually curious. That intellectual curiosity should always be there and learn new things. Be creative always, because it's always there. We should encourage that one. And when the another aspect is finance. Yes, women need to be financially independent. That was my personal opinion, as well as women, both men and women should be financially independent. We should find sources, different sources from where we can generate income, we can save, we can invest, as well as expend. We can buy new things which makes us happy, as well as financial part, of course, is we need to take care of that one. That is one dimension. Then it comes to family relationship, also social. We need to have a support system. Our close circle as well as outside circle should be more supportive to us. Okay, learn to say no to the toxic relationship, but of course, as we need to find supportive system too, because after all, we are human beings. Human beings are social animals. We need to take care of that one also. Maintaining good friends for lifelong, finding new friends, these are really good for us. Then when it comes to another part is existential part. That is also our dimension. Mostly that, or spiritual or existential. We should have a purpose in our life. What is the purpose which drives us, which makes us awake? Does it maybe for a person it may be traveling across the world, maybe for like Lal Goyal ji it is organ donation, for doctor it's psycho oncology. It's like different purpose. We should have a purpose in our life which makes us wake up every day and take a charge, and we will be more resilient. Likewise, we should have a purpose in our life. That is the existential part of our life. Then of course is career, which comes we should have a career which generates income, as well as makes us motivated all the time and helps us to grow and develop in our life, of course. So when we see ourselves or other person, we should think that person as a connection of everything: mind, body, emotions, spirit, social aspect, family aspect, financial aspect. Everything we join together, we become the complete human being. And what we need is a balance. And of course, as sometimes we go out of little out of balance. That time we can have these kinds of seminars, or can have help from specialists like psychologists, and come back to us, because nobody is perfect. We human beings prone to make mistake. It's okay, but learning, having awareness about everything is, of course, is we need to have it. As a woman, of course, is remember the word, learn to say no when you have to say no, and be proud about yourself, and have the dictionary in the in our mental dictionary, have the word self-love, self-care, self-respect. And of course, as rest is also very important for our life. Recreation is very important to our life. Learn. So learn, love, laugh a lot. Yeah, keep smiling. All the very best. And I'm very happy to be here. It's a really enriching topic. All the speakers who spoke before me, you guys give me a lot of empowering words. What you said is practical aspects, and I really loved it. It touched every corners of our lives too. Even though we are from different parts of our country or different parts of the world, all the words you guys said are really practical things, reality. I'm really thankful to all of you, and I'm really deeply thankful to Lal Goyalji for remembering me, as well as giving this opportunity. This is me, Advocate Gayatri S. Mohan, International Youth Delegate of Government of India, signing off. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Happy
Thank
and
you very
peaceful.
much, Advocate Gayatri. And who says that Indian women require reservation? They don't require. They are excellent in all their fields, whatsoever they are doing. And now my last panelist guest, if I can identify, if she can identify, Miss G.S. Sherlyn Mercy. Are you there, Miss Mercy? Please identify. Yes, you are there, but you have not put your name properly. I have put in the this when I send you the link. Your name is not there. You are what you have mentioned. Just unmute yourself, identify. Then only they will. Oh no, you will be not be able to unmute your. Yes, please then say something so that then your name will be put.
Hello,
Please.
sir. Are you audible, sir? My voice is
Yeah,
audible.
you are definitely audible. Your name
Yeah.
is G.S. Sherlyn Mercy. So, Miss Mercy, welcome to the this particular show, which is organized by Healing Our Earth. You have heard all the panelist guests earlier. They have given very strong views about the well-being and the self-care. So, you being the youngest among all of them, and
Yes, sir.
last time when you appeared on this show, you want to present a dance program, but unfortunately it could not be because you could not have the synchronization with the Zoom.
Yes,
So
sir.
today
Yes.
I am giving you the chance because I know
Yeah.
you have talent. When I met you in Chennai last visit, when I went there last month, I found that you can be developed in a very big way so that tomorrow you can be also a leader in your own field. So Miss G.S. Sherlyn Mercy is a multifaceted artist and athlete based in Kanchipuram, Tamil Nadu. She brings together artistic excellence and athletic powers in her impressive profile. A professionally trained classical dancer, Miss Mercy has mastered multiple dance forms and is well versed in the nuances of traditional and contemporary dance styles. She is a state level carom player representing Tamil Nadu. She is a state level competitive swimmer. She is fluent in English, Tamil, and Malayalam, and she communicates effectively across linguistic and cultural boundaries. So, welcome, Ms. G.S. Sherlyn Mercy, on our this particular show organized by Healing Our Earth. Miss G.S. Sherlyn Mercy, floor is yours. Please.
Yeah, sure. So thank you so much, Uncle. First of all, introducing myself around the world. I am Gia Sherlyn Merzi from Kanchipuram. I'm a classical dancer, as well as I just have a lot more works to do among a carom as well as in a swimming. So I'm much very much glad to have a part of this because I'm a youngest among that. So I'm very happy to be sharing some information what I feel about that. So this topic shows about the women well-being and self-care. See, self-care is not about the self-care is not about the luxurious thing. It is the necessity of each and every woman have to take care of their own body as well as physically and mentally, because women has a multitasking personality in a family. Without a woman, the day cannot spend off in a family. Um, Women as well as in a working, they were a part of this family, take care of his children and everything. So nowadays we have to take care ourselves. We have a routine cycle around every day. We have to go for a work, family, everything. In that part of way, we have to spend some time for ourselves, because self love is very very important nowadays. Nobody is there for us. At last we have to stand off us only. So in that way we have to go for a body as well as mental health, everything. What I have to tell about nowadays, every woman is facing a stress issues. Due to the stress, we were facing thyroid as well as PCOD, weight gain, everything. So do whatever we love, so should not oppressed by someone. It is a but nowadays there is a modern society. Everybody is working, everybody is earning their own way, take care of his children. In the part of way, we have to spend some time for us. Do whatever you want to love for a day. Should not take care of a body by yearly once or 6 months once or 3 months once. It's not a much issue. Whenever you feel low, whenever you feel stressful, whenever you feel we have to go for a trip, we can we can move on. We should not take a part of this, because if you're strong only, you just take care of your family, you can just take care of your children. Even a family should not affect your personal fashion, your education, your work. Family is a part only. Otherwise, you have to take care the remaining part of things in around the world. Our growth of progress should not avoid within a part of way. We have to move on till our end. Whenever we have a part of restrictions, should not that. Family is just a part. Many women were thinking that family is my whole part. It is not about, it's just a part remaining. You have to go for a conference, you have to, your progression have to be higher, higher, higher. What is, I believe that, see, talent has no age. So that's why what you have to do, what you have to pursue, you just move on. Studies also, there is a, after kid, many of the women were suffering. After a kid I was unable to study, after a kid I was unable to work on, after a kid I was unable to dance also. Even my students were suffering from, I am cannot dance. After my marriage, my husband was not allowing me dance. So it is not like that. Fashion is part of way. Your work is also a part of it. We have to maintain the routine cycle, as I what I believe in that. So, for example, whenever I feel low, whenever I feel stressful, I just go for a trip. It is not a therapy form of way. What I believe, what I love. In some ways, the women were like to be every part of way. So somebody likes to go for a temple spiritually, mentally, spa, yoga, everything. So women has no rest in their life, what I say. Because the working women also, even Saturday, Sunday leave, they cannot even sleep for a while. So sleep is a great part of a rest of a woman. Many women were not at all sleeping because of family. They have to wake up early before 2 hours to make a meal, to make a, get ready of his children, get ready of his husband, everything. So she cannot able to share I sleep a while also. So even Saturday, Sundays also she cannot have a rest. Without leave, women only has. Even a companies and even a family, it is not a leave. So we have to spend some time. We have to separate our work. We have to share our friends. We have to go our own friends, family, cinema, everything we have to share, because life is once. So we should not stick on their own personal issues. We should not, and we should not depend on someone. We have to know each and every part of financial, everything we have to know that. So women is a very strong soul while comparing to men. In nowadays, women are the most is equivalent, it's not equivalent to men, it's more than a men. We were educated, we were knowledgeable, we were working more than a woman in everything. So nowadays there is a no domination, no oppression is more on. So everybody is talented, educated, working, and so on to be the part of this. For example, Mary Kom, you all know that she's a boxer and she has three kids. many of them were criticizes her, after your kids you cannot able to do a boxing, so your career will move on, your career will stop out. But she believes himself that we have to go for a boxing. Even though she has three kids, she maintains her family and children as well as his boxing. After three kids also, she has won many national awards, anything. So every woman have to believe their own soul, so should not suffer on somebody, what I say. So that's why, sir, so thank you so much for the great opportunity to explore myself as around the world. So
Thank you
it's what I
thank you very much um, of giving your views. Again, very, very strong views. I don't know, today's topic was for self-care, but it looks like that we have turned over the topics towards the women empowered, women just giving their very, very strong views about the society. But this is very much required, because if the women are empowered, if they understood that, if they care for themselves, then definitely the change in the society will come. And we have to change the mindset of those orthodox male who are even still think that women can't do these things. No, it's not like this. You all can do. Today you have shown that how beautifully you have presented your views, right from Dr. Priyadarshini, Dr. Binda Shain, Ms. Asta Saxena, Advocate Gayatri, and you, Sharlin. And this is the new India, I must say, that India is changing. Dr. Priyadarshini, you are there. Can we have Mr. Neil Kumar or Amrita also?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so that we can have the question, if any questions. Dr. Priyadarshini, you being, I will just ask this thing because you have won the pageant and you have won the very important pageant at that time. That celebrity thing has not gone to your brain or the mind, and at that time you felt that I am on the cloud nine. Why should I care for my family? I must give more importance to my own career, or I must go modeling, or do join some Bollywood or Tollywood or any other film industry at that time, or you were thinking at that time also to serve the humans at that time?
When I won the pageant, after winning, it was for me more the responsibilities as a parent, as a mother, and being a professional doctor. I realized my dream of becoming a pageant winner, which I had long back of having it, and I tried my best. To be frank, here one thing I wanted to mention was in the year 2018, I was 2016 I was diagnosed for thyroid. My thyroid was very high, hypothyroidism. I was shocked because hereditary no one had, and I was just thinking why it has happened, maybe due to this stress level. And I gained my weight almost 85 plus kgs. And I was just thinking why it is happening. Some health issues are really, giving me a lot of trouble. At that point, I understood there is something wrong where I have to take a stand for myself. And I started reducing my weight. I started going for a exercise, proper exercise, balanced diet, proper sleep. And that made me to reduce my weight 15 kilos in the span of 6 months with the balanced diet and proper exercise. There I realized somewhere, where I can't just see myself going down. I need to come up and be very healthy so that I can take care of my children and my family. And I won the crown. I tried my best to show myself, to bring my the real one, Dr. Priya. As a Priya, I wanted to bring that real thing, who am I. And that journey was one of the journey where I can say that, which made me realize that I should give the education to the people around me, that we need to give ourselves important. We can't, when we are, the thyroid which hit me made me to come back to my normalcy. Today I can maintain my weight and can maintain my diet, and I can educate my fellow friends or my surrounded people, that I give an example of my own self, saying that if I wouldn't have taken the precaution at that time, I don't think I would have been what I am today. I could achieve a lot of things in my life, because that one thing triggered me that no, I need to live a better life. Though I have a lot of stress towards work, family, everything, me time is very important. And I must say, sir, after winning a pageant, I never took it as a glamorous thing. Because we live in a small town where you can't be a celebrity type and kind of thing, where I still respect the crown and the pageant for me, which today also motivates me to do so many things to the society and for myself. We should I always say that when you achieve something, let it not be on your head that okay, I've achieved a lot, no, that this I'm
Yes,
so this
Dr.
thing.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Dr.
So
Priyadarshini, still I remember when I was
yes, sir.
introduced to you, you were wearing your crown, winning crown, and it was in an Indiana hospital. We were discussing on organ donation.
Organ donation, yes,
Yes,
sir.
and you were there.
Thank you so.
That was my first introduction with you. Thank you very much,
Yes.
Dr. Priyadarshini. Dr. Brinda Shine, if you are there, if you can come on the screen. Dr. Brinda Shine, you have mentioned about the change in the society. You being an educator and you are educating the young generation, the young girls who are coming and taking the education. Do you really feel that the change is coming and the time is not far when this young generation will really break the ceiling, which you are mentioning several times, which you have mentioned several times, because that is very much required in India, at least, where we want that the girls should come forward, because the quality, as one of the participants mentioned, that the girls or the women are more better than men. Yes, I also feel that you are, because you are the creator. We are not the creator. You give a new life to a human being. So what is your view about the new generation?
The new generation, though they are more glued into technology, but in terms of understanding and even the change is definitely happening. As I see, when I look at these students, there is no, I don't see that big gender gap, that the complete responsibility is with the women. No, it is not there. That change is happening, and thanks to the parents, like many women, they are coming forward. It all starts with the parenting. One thing that we all should, the first occupation of a serious work should be a parent. So the change that is happening in a parenting, like they are educated, more of educated now, more working, and they are seeing the struggle that they are going through. So there is some initiative that is happening from the parenting side too, that the change is being reflected. I feel the boys are more empathetic. The coming generation, I see they are more empathetic towards the women than the generation before, which I feel kind of imbalance happened. But when I look at my son, or when I look at the generation that is coming, my relatives or friends children, or be the students, there are around 3,000 students studying in our organization, where more there are boys. And when I look at them, I see that there is an empathetic, not a, sympathy is not what we need. That empathetic factor is slowly growing in the children, and I truly believe that there will be change, and such programs will also throw, small things makes big difference, will throw light and make change.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Binda Shine. Advocate Gayatri, are you there? Please come on the screen. Dr. Binda Shine mentioned about the parenting. Do you think that the parenting plays an important role for the grooming of a girl child? Advocate Gayatri, if you are there.
She's here, but not with the video on.
Okay. Okay.
We can move on to our next guest, maybe.
Charlene, are you there? I think no, she's also not there. So no, they're not there. So from my side, she's there. Yes, Charlene. The same question I'm putting to you. Do you think the parents or your parents or the parenting of this generation, what you are getting, or is changing, and the parenting, because of this parenting, the young generation like you are giving more importance for the self-care, while At our time, that type of parenting was not there, so we have not given that much time to the self-care. What you say about this, advocate or not advocate, Miss Shirley?
Yeah, yeah, uncle. But nowadays, parenting is was good only for everything. Have to parent was conveying the children each and everything, even a good as well as a bad. So, but they were not self treating them properly. What I believe is, so parenting was good, even though they were in a not in a right pathway. They were teaching everything. So nowadays, youth parents are well and good. They were teaching everything as well as in a good touch, bad touch, their own education, their own a part of a way. So it's all well only what I believe, uncle. So my own parents believes that. So even a child, many of us knows that even should not a child knows even a bad thing. They have to know only the good part of it. It is not that they have to know what is wrong, what is right, what is wrong to be in a part of that. What I believe, uncle. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much, advocate. You are there, Gayatri. I can see you, advocate Gayatri. You are there.
Yes.
Nowadays, the cases of divorce have increased like anything across the world. India, at least in India, I can say now. Earlier, it was not in India. Do you think it is because of the women empowerment, self-care, self-well-being that the women feel that now we must have the same opportunity what the man is getting, or it is not that thing because all the other ways that the man feels that the women wants to be more liberated, they wants to go for some more things which they were not doing, or they want to go for higher society things which were not available to them because of the limited resources. Do you think that is the reason, or otherwise the first reason which I gave to you?
Actually, when I go to the court and I myself handle different types of cases, criminal cases, family cases, cyber cases, then civil laws. When it comes to family court, it's definitely heartbreaking to see that one actually. Uh, after analyzing all those cases, what I personally saw is it is lack of gender education, sex education when from very young age onwards, because nobody is learned about what is having a marital life. Because ultimately, two different human beings from two different backgrounds are coming together. Of course, learning about other person's differences, learning about similarity, it doesn't happen there, and that is one of the reason. The lack of awareness or the lack of sex education is there, gender education is there, of course. Yes. Then another thing is alcoholism, drug addiction, then smoking. This comes to the both. Actually, in our Kerala, it's mostly on men, actually, alcoholism. So definitely that creates problems. It wrecks the family. Then extramarital affairs are increasing because we are well connected. So we can connect it to the internet, anybody at any time. So of course, it is affecting that one. Then of course, as women are now, since after this internet and connection across the world, today people are becoming aware, especially women are becoming aware that of course as at this age, I am inside the home, but another woman is outside the world, she is flying, she is in the space, why I am here, like this question is coming up to the younger women also, like what is happening, what's the difference between me and her, kind of questions are happening. So they are becoming aware of what is happening in the house. For example, earlier generation, they even don't know what is the name called domestic violence. Today we are talking about that one, and so younger generation is understanding. So domestic violence is happening. We can go to the court. We can approach it. We can take necessary help from them. There, so we are becoming aware. So that awareness is also because one of the reason there are different grounds for divorce are there. One of the ground is of course domestic violence, extreme physical abuse, mental, emotional abuse happen. So girls come to the court and they take protection order from the court and then go for divorce. Then another ground is of course this adultery is another ground for divorce. Then another ground for divorce is sexual diseases. For example, if your partner is having AIDS or sexually transmitted diseases, that is one of the reason for this divorce. Then the multiple dimensions are happening. If your husband or the life partner is not available for at least 7 years, his whereabouts is not known, then that is also becoming a ground for divorce. Then if he or she cannot produce children, and that thing is hidden from the another partner, that can go that amount to cruelty, that goes for divorce. So multiple dimensions are there for divorce, not
Okay,
just women
okay,
empowerment. Yeah,
okay. Thank you very
yeah,
much. Over to
yeah.
you, Amrita. If you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Rotarian Lal Goji. Advocate Gayatri, I also have a question for you. I would like to ask, so as you raised up the common agendas of today's, do you think social media has played a very big role in today's life where over self-awareness has created a big trouble in every individual's life, may it be males or may it be females, and so overprotection or feeling um, over overwhelmed with the things that are happening around, which may or may not be ever a part of your life, but then you feel that, oh, that is happening there, so it might be happening with me as well, or I feel underprivileged because of certain things which you see in social media. So do you think social media plays a very big role in what we watch, what we see, and we take decisions in our lives?
Actually, social media have both positive impact as well as negative impact. Positive impact is that we are becoming aware, we are becoming well connected, we are understanding different skills or knowledge, what is happening across the world. We are becoming more, and we are getting support system also from the social medias, and that is, and we can voice out what is troubling me, and we can get the help also from the social media. That is one thing. That is, if you handle the social media with maturity and awareness, of course, it is a very positive thing. But when it comes to teenage or younger people who doesn't have any exposure, there is something called virtual reality. You can create an artificial reality through the social media. Of course, it will definitely create troubles in their lives. So if you are immature, if you are not well aware how to deal with or how to analyze the data or how to understand what is social media, it's all about, then it will create problem. If you know, with knowledge, awareness, and of
Yeah.
maturity, if you look and handle social media, it is definitely a bright thing and good thing for all of us. That's what I personally believe.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the guests, Rotarian Lal Goyal ji. Special thanks to you as well for bringing up women on board to talk on different aspects related with self-care and awareness. And I think this is very much required in the society to know about different aspects of how the care and concerns vary from your personal life to your health issues to so many things. Thanks a lot. And now it's time to move from India to United Kingdom again, where we have our lovely Sareth and Gary waiting for us on this episode of Glow Women, where they are going to talk something special and share something very beautiful with us related with women's self care. Global namaste to both of you. And it's really lovely to have you both together from time to time, sharing up different aspects and lovely, lovely things about life, music, and much more. Over to you. Thank you.
Global Namaste, Amrita.
Global namaste.
It's so lovely to be here with all of you. It's been a long time, and I can tell exactly how long it's been because last time I saw you, Amrita, your hair was really short.
Oh, yeah. True, absolutely true. So you can measure the time with the
Yeah,
length of my hair.
yeah.
Pretty good. Yeah.
I just wanted to
Hmm.
mention something about the social media. It was really positive to hear what Gayatri said about social media being more positive. What it occurred to me to say was, I think it would be really good if we can help our young people and our children. Obviously, we, hopefully the young ones won't be on social media, but maybe we can guide our young people as to how to control their social media feeds so that they can notice when I look at more of this particular content, then I get more of it. And if I want to feel this way, I will need to control my feed to make sure that I get the positive content. maybe we can, educate them. I mean, they're obviously a lot more tech savvy than many of us, but maybe they don't understand about how algorithms work to the negative. So that could be something positive to take forward. Did you want to say anything before we launch in?
It's just lovely to be here and listen to you all speaking, and it's very exciting. And you go ahead and launch.
Well, the first thing I wanted to share was that we haven't been around much lately, and part of the reason for that is I've been very busy escaping to the country. For a long time I was watching the program that's called Escape to the Country, thinking, I want to be one of those people who escapes and moves to the country. And finally, after months of looking for a job and looking for a home, my partner and I have moved to Suffolk, and that has made a huge impact on my well-being and on his well-being. And it occurred to me that one of the things I'd like to share with you guys today is the practicalities of self-care and well-being. Because I think for a long time, when I was setting up my mental well-being business and becoming, a very spiritual person, I really got deeply into spiritual practices and well-being practices and making sure that I had enough time to do them every day. And actually often they would take up a lot of my day, to the point where I realized if I'm having to do so much practice just to feel okay, then there must be something deeper that needs to change. And part of it was that I couldn't really get through a day without being outside or going to a park. And when I lived in London, I couldn't just walk out. I think it would take me about half an hour, 20 minutes to half an hour to actually see green, because we didn't have a garden. And I think that helped me understand finally, if that's the case, if for my well-being I need to be outside every day, A, we need a garden, or we at least need to be near nature, and B, if I am actually going to have a job rather than run my business, which I decided to put on the sidelines, I'm going to need to find a job that takes me outside. And it was a real pivotal moment, because I just thought, are there actually any jobs that I would like to do outside? But it was only once that I accepted that that was what I needed that things started to fall into place. I started looking for jobs in nature, and before I knew it, I was applying for a job with it's a charity that actually we work in the forest every day, and I got this job, and I'm now a Wellbeing in Nature facilitator. So what I do every day is about 4 or 5 hours a day I'm in the forest helping people with their well-being, helping young people, adults, people with special educational needs, just to be in nature, to build skills, build their confidence and connect with nature. And I've only been able to get back into full-time work because I changed my environment. And I just wanted to share that because, we talk about all the practices we do and all the techniques and strategies, but sometimes it might just be as simple as a physical change. What is it about my reality, about my day-to-day, that is going to make my basic needs be more accessible? And it's completely changed my life. I don't know if you can see how peaceful and happy I'm looking. I don't know in comparison to the last time you guys saw me, but I'll just give you one example. When I was working in front of a computer every day, I was exhausted by the end of the day. In fact, not even by the end of the day, I would need to take breaks from the computer, I would need to go outside, I would need to do exercise during the day. But since I've been working in a forest every day, I come home energized. I'm not tired. And I just think, wow, this is what 5 hours of fresh air every day in a natural environment that I belong in is doing to me and for me. And as a result, I've been able to get back into full-time work, which I never thought I would be able to do after 8 years of not. So that was the first, the practical note that I wanted to share. I think I normally come on and I get all spiritual about stuff, but but that just, it felt like that was the key thing to share. Shall I pause for comments or responses, or shall I continue to flow?
It's lovely to hear that. And Sarit, apart from that, you have been working with environment, and you have been working on many other spheres. What do you think, like giving to nature as a woman and exploring your own hobbies and living life as per your terms sometimes is very well a part of self-care, and how do you follow that? And we would like to have definitely some comments from Gary as well. Yes, over to you both. Thank you.
Thanks. Do you want to go first about nature and how it helps you?
Yeah, yes. Well, well, for me, self-care, well, definitely, first thing I do if I need to do anything is go for a long walk, especially in nature. I find it very, very comforting, and it gives you time to think, and exercise is brilliant, and also singing. I love to sing as well, and I find that's really, really good for my well-being, and also keeping busy as well. I like to think hobbies, things I like to do that makes my mind happy. That's my well-being hacks. I think I've learnt a lot from Sarit over the years as well. She's taught me lots of things, breathing and relaxation. So that's for me, that's what works.
I think also I would echo what Jerry said, but we sing in nature, and we found that that's deeply nourishing, because you just feel like you've become part of it, because nature has its own music, but when we're singing in nature by a river or in a forest or something, it just feels 10 times better. I also wanted to thank Heather for the little tree emoji she put up. That was really lovely. And I can see Lata has a question or a comment. Do you want to unmute yourself, Lata?
Can you raise your voice? I can't hear you really well. Sarit, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, a little low. Can you repeat?
I'll hold the microphone up. Is that better?
Better.
Yeah. I was just inviting Lata because she's raised her hand if she wanted to.
Oh, of course. Yes. Unmute yourself, Lataji.
Oh, she can't unmute herself for some reason.
Hi, Global Namaste, and hi, Sarita and Jerry. It was lovely to hear about all your experience of why you haven't been connecting and what you've been busy with in the last, is it a year or so? It's quite a while.
Yeah, I reckon.
9 months?
Yeah, something like that.
But yeah, no, it was very interesting how you found your I wanted to just understand how you came to this. Did you do some sort of a plan, a layout of your um, plans and what you would like to do and what you want to achieve? And because I love the way you've knitted it all together, the spirituality and the nature and what you love to do, music, and harmony with nature. I think it's what we were created for, weren't we? With the spiritual desire to be in nature, and that's where we fulfill our spirituality. Did you find that it all connects so beautifully? Because I'm really impressed how you achieved it, and you actually not just think about it and dream about it, but you've actually done it.
Thank you. I have to say, I didn't do this all on my own. I have a partner who's amazing, and he's the feet on the ground, and I'm the head in the clouds. So, without him, I wouldn't have been able to have. I mean, so we've obviously both come here together. The plan was for me to find a job where I felt comfortable, and then that would help us to move. And now, so he's found a job here as well. So on the practical side, that was it. But if we take into account the spirituality and the connecting with nature, I think nature literally was calling to me, because every time I went into nature and I felt amazing, my soul was just saying yes, yes, more. And I guess I had the courage to listen to it and say, while I don't feel this is possible now in this moment, there's no rush. And because I trusted, so that's where the spirituality comes in. I had that trust that my soul would lead me to the right job, and that there would be a job that I could do full time. And actually, this job that I'm doing things that I never thought I would do. I'm climbing over fences. I'm chopping wood. I'm using an axe. I'm using a saw. I'm using my muscles in ways that I never thought that I would. So it's very empowering as a woman, because I think that I had in my mind, especially when I went down the spiritual path, that spirituality was making me weak and delicate. And I'm really grateful for this job, because it's helping me actually see how strong and resilient I am. And I'm quite excited to see how far that's going to go. Because I keep challenging in my mind, like, can I do this? Oh, I don't think I can. But you know what? I'm going to try. And oh, look at that. I just opened this massive, huge metal container that needs muscles. And oh, I've just sort of, I've carved a big wooden stake using an axe.
So, Sarit, you are going back to nature. This is what the earth has been forced to do, going back to nature, resetting ourselves. We want to know more about it. Stay around you and Jerry, because we want both of you, because you are also very good spiritual meditative singers as well. So stay around. Let's go for 10 minutes to Julie, who is waiting here as well. She was the next sessionist. Let's listen to her for 10 minutes. Then we're going to come back to you two, and we want to see you both smiling ladies. Tell us more about going back to nature. Julie, welcome to you, and a global namaste to you as well. And please unmute yourself, and let's see
Global
what you've got.
namaste, Judy. Global namaste. Thank you for asking me back again. These are such good sessions, and I was really enjoying that. I was hoping that I would be delayed a little bit so we could hear some more. I appreciate so much about how important nature is.
So, Julie, you still stay around over the next few minutes. Let's listen what you've got lined up. Then we go back to Sarit and Jerry and yourself and Amrita and open session. And let's go and reset ourselves to back to nature, like our forefathers or grandmothers and generation before us was. They were so happy. And Sari just mentioned, she's now climbing fences, she's cutting wood, she's going to nature, That's what we need to go back to. So over the next 5-10 minutes, let's listen to you and we'll go back to open session. Over to you, Julie.
Terrific, terrific. Yes, and it's a great segue into what I have to say, because I can appreciate one of the things I like to ask is, if your body had a battery icon, what would it read right now? Because we're talking about self-care, and when your phone hits 10% or 2%, you plug it in. When your body or your mind hits that low energy, we tend to keep pushing, right? Because as women, we are taught to look after everyone and everything else. And especially now, we have more sedentary jobs, and we're working on computers all day. So by the time the end of the day comes around, you're wired, tired, overwhelmed, and a lot of times wondering why, what's going on. And somewhere along the way, self-care got branded as some special thing, like time for going out for a spa treatment or manicures, or we look at those photos on, so we're talking about social media, these perfectly filtered photos of a woman in a cozy jumper, herbal tea in hand. She looks like she just came out of a salon, with the light is just so perfect. And that's lovely, but self-care in real life, it's not about aesthetics. It's about those small daily non-negotiable things that keep you functional. And one of my favorite sayings is, you can't pour from an empty cup, but pouring from a full cup doesn't help if you never fill it again. So I like to think about giving from the overflow, where there's lots left over to share with everybody else. And overflow is built on tiny moments. It's not about big things. It's about a few deep breaths, spending time in nature, getting some fresh air, a glass of water, a quick stretch, maybe appreciating the sunshine, a moment of gratitude, whatever it is. But the bigger secret to this, especially coming on the heels of talking about social media, is being present in those moments. Because if you're spending those moments sort of going through the motions and scrolling social media or thinking about the to-do list, then your nervous system isn't going to get that memo about time to relax and restore. And it's our busiest, messiest days when these moments are so important. They matter most. And it's a skill we have to build, because it's not built into our culture. It's not built into our society. But the good news is it's trainable. We can do this in minutes. As much as we'd all love to move to the country and live in nature, it's not always immediately possible. So we can do things that are simple. And that's why I like to teach what I call a 5-minute care reset. CARE is an acronym. And it's just a simple way to top up your internal battery that actually fits real life, without having to get out the yoga mat and light candles. And even though those things are absolutely amazing, we don't always have that time on a busy day. So I look at self-care as maintenance. We take care of our cars, we take care of our homes, we take care of lots of things, because maintenance, we know, keeps things running smoothly. We need to do that for ourselves instead of looking at it as a luxury. So I want to talk through the care reset quickly, and then I'll show you how to fit it into your day. So the C is for checking in. It's about naming your state in 3 simple words. If we can't acknowledge it, we can't help it, we can't support it, we can't fix it. So if you think, right now I feel blank, blank, blank. A lot of times just articulating what's going on, or taking a moment to really sense into what it is that we're feeling or thinking, changes our state on its own, because instead of just leaving those emotions spinning in our head, in our heart, in our body, it really lowers that stress response and helps us decide how we're going to move forward. And by the way, this is also a great thing to do when you're feeling really good, because as humans, we're hardwired to focus on the more negative things as a part of our survival instinct. So when we can teach ourselves to focus on things that are positive too, we get more of what we focus on, so that can bring in more positive things for us. So that's the C. A is for anchor, and this is a 60-second breath. And I like box breathing here because it's a great way to stimulate your parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest part that we need. So it would be inhale for a 4 count, hold that for 4 count, exhale for a 4 count, and hold that for 4 count. Now, if we had more time, we could walk through this together, but it's something that people are often amazed at how relaxing it can be when they practice that. When you're doing that, think about softening your jaw, dropping your shoulders, and really exhaling thoroughly. Get rid of that stale air and bring in some good oxygenated air. So that's anchor. Then refuel. Now, there are 2 quick wins you can get here. Oftentimes, we lose our energy because we're dehydrated. We live in climate-controlled environments. We wear synthetic clothing. We eat food that may be processed and not directly from nature. In our ancestors' day, our food contained more water, so we got a lot of our daily need for water from the food that we ate, but we don't get that so much now. So a lot of times, just 2 or 3 good swallows of water can help just shift things and give you a quick win. And then the next thing is, we often reach for that snack to energize ourselves, right? I just need something to munch on, whether we're feeling emotional, feeling stressed, or feeling hungry because we didn't take time for a proper meal. I like to say add protein or produce to your next bite. Those are going to be things that are going to sustain you. A handful of nuts, a spoonful of yogurt, an apple, some carrot sticks, something that is going to fuel your body better. So that's the R, refueling. And then E is energize. And that is about taking one tiny action. Now, this is going to be a 2-minute thing. So you can stand and stretch, step outside and take that fresh air in, do a few squats, shake your body vigorously. Emotion is energy in motion. And a lot of times, because we tend to be more sedentary or still during our days, energy gets stuck, emotions get stuck. And when you change your physical state, you change that energetic state as well. And it can be a really quick thing. So, tidy your space for 2 minutes, go for a quick walk up and down the stairs. Motion will change your emotion. And then to make it stick, because this is all well and good, I can think care, then I have to remember what the letters stand for. And I don't know, I don't have time for this right now. What I love, there's a guy, who teaches, he's written a book called Tiny Habits. And one of the things he says in there is that finding a trigger, which is something you do 2 or 3 times a day, every day, automatically, and attach the new thing that you want to make a habit to that trigger. So after I open my laptop in the morning, I care. After I make my tea or while the kettle's boiling, I care, right? Before I'm going on to a tough call or a difficult meeting or having a difficult conversation, I care. And it's a simple thing you can tie in to do a few times during the day. And I've said in the past, we coach on 4 pillars: think, eat, move, and live. And this ties in perfectly because think, the C and A are going to calm all of that brain noise and all of the things that are going on in your head so that you can make the choices and it feels doable. The R is under the eat pillar. That's refueling. It's going to curb that autopilot snacking and caffeine and the things that we tend to reach for these days. The move pillar is the energy. It's getting some movement, some motion in without having to feel like you have to go to the gym to do this. You can move simply and quickly throughout the day. And then the live pillar, that whole care process, right? It's going to help you center your energy. It's going to help you calm your nervous system, and it's going to help you feel more resilient when things come in, because at least you're taking that one moment in time. Now, we could talk about self-care. It's been the topic for hours today, and there are lots and lots of things that we can talk about fundamentally changing the way we care about ourselves. But a lot of times it's the little steps we take at first that help us move forward and make the bigger steps forward, right? And the beautiful thing about care is it works for everybody. If you're a human being with a nervous system, you can use that while you figure things out. And of course, I work primarily with women going through the menopause transition, and care is a brilliant baseline to have when you're sorting through all of these changes and the confusion that can come into this. So I challenge you to try care for a week and see what changes. I also have this written in a one-page guide, so if anybody's interested in getting in touch, they can email me. It's Julie, Juli, at fabulousbeyond40.com. And I'd be happy to email that sheet to you. And that's all I've got for today. But thank you. Any questions? Any comments?
Thank you. Thank you, Julie. In fact, what you have been saying and what Sarath had been saying, there are a lot of things that are aligning together. And with that aspects, when you shared about the mode in which we must live and the mode in which we understand life as a woman itself is an important thing. So I would like to open this discussion for the chit chats. And Sarath, before that, how can we leave you without the melodies that come from the feminine voice, which is always missing? And if you see, the beauty of the feminine voice comes from the lullabies that our mothers have been singing for us, and comes from so many other melodious gestures that as a feminine energy we all share, we have been receiving from our sisters, from our friends, from our mothers, and all these things also form a very big part of self-care. So what are you sharing with us, both of you? Over to you. Thank you.
Well, we know that our thoughts create our reality. So my sense is that your words can create your vibration. So on that note, pardon the musical pun, if we want to experience a better vibration, we could think about the quality that we want to experience. So why don't we take a few seconds maybe and just think, what quality would we like to experience in this moment? And if you guys could share it in the chat, because we're going to sing it to you.
Yeah.
I'm going to just open the chat box so I can see your responses.
So what are you singing today?
Well, I'm going to share with you a technique. It's kind of been inspired by a spiritual teacher of mine called Dr. and Master Zhigang Shah, who teaches, and in fact it was Ela Kagram as well. She was saying that what you chant is what you become. And I've heard it spun in a different way, which is your words are like spells. So, as you speak something, and certainly the more you speak it, the more it's in your vibration. So we're just going to start with, if you guys type into the chat, what quality would you like to experience in this moment? And then I'll share with you what we're going to do. Lovely. Thank you, Lata. Brilliant. So Lata says contentment, satisfaction, kindness, collaboration. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose kindness, because that's quite a universal one. And if we think to bring the spirituality in, what would be the highest form of kindness is divine kindness. So we're going to sing the mantra, divine kindness, and we're just going to sing it over and over. And I invite you, if you want to sing it with us, it can be obviously on mute, and just feel the vibration in your cells. Just see if you notice a change in your cells, in the vibration of your body as we're singing it together. So shall I just start, and then if you... Yeah. Divine kindness. Breathe in. Divine kindness. Breathe in. Divine kindness. Now we're going to add the magical stylings of Jerry to just add an extra layer. And what you can do is visualize divine kindness flooding your body, every cell. Divine kindness, divine kindness, divine kindness in every cell of my being. Divine kindness, divine kindness in every cell of my body. Divine kindness, divine kindness, Breathe. Now we've got another mantra. We're going to, if it feels right for you, we're going to invite the divine source or any divine energies that you feel connected with to breathe their love into us. I breathe your love. I breathe your love into me. I breathe your love into me. I breathe your love. I breathe your love into me. I breathe your love into me. I breathe your love. I breathe your love into me. I breathe your love into me. I breathe your love. I breathe your love into me. I breathe your love into me. I breathe your love. I breathe your love into me. I breathe your love into me. I breathe your love. And I breathe your love into me. I breathe your love into me. So just noticing how that feels in your vibration. Do you sense a change in your vibration? Would anyone like to share if they have sensed a change in their vibration? And if you haven't, that's okay, because what works for one person may work differently for somebody else.
Go ahead, Anukul.
It was a beautiful song, but I wanted to ask one particular question, and that's about your going out in the forest and singing. And it's a very lovely place to sing. It is interestingly that I don't go out to the forest. It's usually when I was operating, I tend to hum around, and everybody say, "Mr. Goswami, you're really singing to enjoy your work." I said, "Of course, I'm enjoying it. That's why I'm singing." But I'm not aware that I'm actually singing. I just am humming. What do you find actually, if it's a cause and effect relationship? Is it the singing that gives you the peace, or it's when you're in peace that you sing? What are your thoughts?
Well, so far, I mean, there's two things here. So there's the singing that Jerry and I do, and that's quite deliberate. So this was when I lived in London. I would go round to hers, and she has a lovely park at like overlooking her back garden. So we would just decide, right, today we're going to go and sing, and we would go by the river. And just sing, or maybe we'd go to our local park and stand at the top of the hill and sing sing to everyone. So I think that's more intentional. But I find when I'm in nature, when I'm doing my job, it does naturally just come from, it's like a rhythm that takes over. I mean, I haven't as yet done it in front of other people at work. That's because I am quite mindful of the people that we work with, because they're coming for mental health. And sometimes singing can be a trigger for people. So I'm just kind of easing it in. And the times, maybe moments when I'm alone. So if I have to walk from A to B and I'm alone in the forest, that's when I'll sing.
It's interesting to this. I want to let you know a little bit. There's some bit of consciousness studies which suggest how your the vibrations of the universe are connected to your cells in your body, and when these particular connections are ongoing, there's a time when you actually produce the songs and the notes which are consistent with the type of feeling that you have. And that's exactly the concept of nad. That's a when you have vibrations in your body which are not by hitting into each other, that we call it anhat nad, means internal vibrations. When you do various kind of hymns and things like that, you produce certain type of vibrations. Those vibrations are actually manifestations of the vibrations of your cells.
Wow.
And that in turn is in vibrations of what is there in the universe. And that's exactly part of the consciousness studies which is ongoing currently. Interesting.
Wow, that's amazing. That is amazing.
It's a part of the quantum physics. It's a part of the quantum physics studies of vibrations and how your cells are connected to the universe, and it's connected to your sound, and how you produce a sound which is consistent with your. And that's exactly the concept of mantras are. By the way, it's a concept of what you want versus what you need. And once you distinguish between the need and want, your happiness comes automatically.
Yeah. And I really feel like what you're talking about in a general way is actually being in harmony with your own nature.
That's right.
And
Absolutely right.
through so just fully allowing, because I think by when you sing naturally, you're allowing your soul to speak, I guess, and you're allowing your cells of your being, that's what you were saying, you're allowing them to just express themselves through your voice. Gosh, I wish that GPs were taught this and they could share that with people. I think it would take the strain off the NHS.
Sadly, we very often like to perpetuate the concept of illness. That's a major issue, and I think that's where we got to make sure that we do not keep on ourselves to be, because in one way or the other, we like the illness industry to continue to grow so that we can survive better. But that's what you would be aware, that we are not all ill and sick. There's a little bit of variations we can improve on ourselves.
Yeah, it's like, if a forest is ill, the best thing to do is leave it alone and it will heal itself. It's the same with us. But, we're being told, no, you got to, pour some medication down your throat, you got to do this, you got to do that. But if we could just listen to our souls have the wisdom. Yep. And when we connect with our higher self, when we connect with God in whatever way that is, or nature, we know what to do. We know how to take care of ourselves. We do. We just need to be allowed to do it. Yeah. Did you want to say anything about the...
No,
nature.
I just agree completely about if you let yourself a few weeks, 2-3 weeks, you start to heal yourself, and I think it's incredible actually. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you so much for having us,
Yes,
guys.
thank you.
I think we need to pop off. Jerry's going back down to
I've got
London
to
now.
London, yeah.
But it's been so lovely reconnecting with you guys and receiving your kindness and your beautiful energy again. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. It's been lovely.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Guru.
Thank you.
And thank you, Julie, as well. It was really lovely to hear what you shared. I feel very aligned with what you shared.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Julie, would you like to add something to that?
I think, we talk about vibration and energy, and it's so important. And the truth is we think we learn these habits and we say these things to ourselves, and our minds are always listening. So whether that's energetic or spiritual or neurological, the truth is our brains are neuroplastic, so we can change our pathways in our brain by changing the words we use. So it's so well-rounded from whatever perspective you're looking at it. And stress, when we look at simple ways to unwind and re-engage our parasympathetic nervous system, a lot of it is self-imposed because we take in all of these messages and we have all of this information coming toward us all of the time. We have to learn, it's up to us to learn to filter it and choose what we let in, and then relearn how to speak to ourselves with kindness, because we take care of things we love. And if we can get to a place where we can experience that self-love, we're much more likely to take the time to do the things that we need to re-energize, to be healthy, to have what we say we want to give to everyone else, right? It has to start from within. So I find self-care, self-love, self-acceptance, these are sort of the starting point for our GPS in life. Because if we don't have a starting point, we can't get anywhere. And then understanding what it is that we want, where we want to go, like the others were saying, and then that can give us what we want to work toward. And having those two things connected will show us the path.
I have an important
Yes, please.
before Dr. Amrita closes the session today. I just want to put in some important thoughts, very, very importantly. As most of the people are women over here, let me firstly say that you are my mother form, and you are the people who actually enable the genetics to progress on this earth. And to that extent, it is not merely biological. You've got huge amount of instinctive thoughts in your mind, which allow you to take the entire what you call propagation of genetics on the universe right through and through. So it is not merely physical, it's also biological, it's also psychological, it's also social. And to that extent, you actually govern how the world should run, interestingly. Now that interestingly becomes a part of the traditional knowledge in the Indian systems. Now, as you know, that by and large, the society runs on two systems. One is that you grow on traditions. And the second thing is you are taught that you have to follow this particular book and you have to follow this particular method. And one of the reasons when I've worked in various parts of the world, and obviously a large number of my patients are female patients, and I start wondering why is it that this particular person and a lady in Germany works differently from USA and differently in here in England and different from India. And it's interesting to note that much of it comes from the way the cultures develop. And what are the factors which work on the culture? There are two things I would like to introduce here. Firstly, I find that what you call women do not realize their importance in a particular society very often, and they sort of take it as something that we have to do as a particular thing. So the concept of so-called feminism, which has come into a very big way, has come and they have felt that they have to be in competition with men. There's no need for it, and that competition in physical form is going to get lesser and lesser as we come more into IT. So with the current what you call IT developments, these particular contradictions will go away to a large extent, because you'll be able to sit and work. You'll be able to order the things that you want to do on the computer system. So the concept of being physically powerful is going to go away soon. So hopefully that particular things will come more neutral. Number two is that there is no need to compete. I mean, women are women. You can't beat them. And on the other hand, there's no reason for. But there's one thing that I want women to work on, and I think it's very, very important, which is the cause of many, many issues, is not to enable boys in particular to seek gratifications very soon, because that's one of the reasons why many of the men have tried to do many things wrong in the community, try to seek their own gratification at the expense of the society or women.
Yeah.
Does that make anything? It's after a lot of thinking that I've said that, because I see that process going on and perpetuating in a very, very big way. And what has happened in India also, the same thing is happening right now. In the last 40, 50 years, there's been a lot of trying to imbibe the sort of feministic concept. And many of the men were taking their own particular rights in their own hands. Many of the things going wrong. And I think that's where mothers have to teach the boys as to how to behave with whom and how, and not to allow them to get gratification. If they are shouting for something, here you get it, but the girl doesn't get it. And that's not the right way of sort of treating boys versus girls in a family.
Yeah. I think every culture has its own values, but then those things they change with time. And it is also important to see how these cultural diversities have ingrained the value system of women and have treated women, or they recognize women in today's time. And based on those things, what you have said is also very important, Dr. Anukulji, that um, parenting definitely plays a very important role. And in parenting also, most of the time it's been expected that the mother is the one who has to teach the children everything, but actually it is not. The father has an equal role to play when it comes to parenting, because there are so many things that children don't see just the mother, they see the parents actually. And when you see the parents, the father and the mother are in equal state, and therefore with that equal parameter of both um, the parents, the father and the mother, it becomes a role and responsibility of both of them, how we uh, we align with the lives of children, and in what forms do we align the lives of the children. And that's what is very important, and that is why women's self-care comes as a part of it, because she takes too much onto her, thinking that it's just about me and it's just on me and it's just because of me. And in that race of it's just because, in for with all those conjunctions together, she loses her own identity. And in the voice of that, there's so many other health issues that we see, and there's so many other conditions where women die and lose their life because of certain circumstances where she's not able to cope up with the situation, where I think Julie was mentioning about how much can we stretch ourselves, and what is our parameter in which we can lengthen ourselves and our boundaries. And we sometimes, most of the time, we overdo with that. And that's where a lot of issues in terms of health and well-being comes. And the question comes why it is important to talk about women's self-care so much. Yeah. So that brings in a lot of stuff. Julie, your comments before we take up the comments from other contributors.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I can say from personal experience, I was raised in a very patriarchal household. My dad set the rules and the rest of us obeyed them, basically. I didn't know until I was in my late 30s that I could have an opinion of my own. And it cost me a lot of growth throughout my life. like I've always called myself a late bloomer because suddenly there's this whole other world I got to explore, and I got to start doing things that I wanted to do and figure out who am I rather than who I was told I was. And I look at the comments that parents use with their children, and I'm now a grandparent, so I see how the young kids are being raised, and it's just really interesting to look at the contrast between parenting styles and also remember how that affected me as a child and why it is so critical. Words have power. And we have to be very attentive to how we use them with ourselves as well as with others. I like that. I don't remember who said it, was Jerry or someone else who said words are like spells, right? And that's very true because they do carry a lot of energy and power. And again, I remember things that my father said to me, maybe meaning to joke around, but they were honestly quite cruel, and I still carry those with me. And so we say things often without thinking, and children are watching everything we do. They're listening, they're learning how to be in the world based on what they see us doing and the way they see us interacting with each other and the way they hear us speaking about and to other people. So understanding that we can speak with kindness and shape children's lives in a positive way so that they grow up with confidence and feel secure in who they are, and they understand it's okay to be who they are. They don't have to conform to some mold that we've created for them. They get to just be. And I think that's a tremendous gift we can give future generations.
Yeah, very right. You have been absolutely correct when you have been mentioning that. Dr. Anukul, you would like to say something? And either if you're around, we can have your comments too. It was really lovely to have your talk as well.
I
Lataji,
think
you want to say something? Yes,
the
yes,
most important
please.
thing is sorry. The most important thing I always felt is the woman still holds the most important role in the family because that's where the child comes in constant interaction with the mother first. And of course, as the child starts growing a little bigger, that's where the father has to can come in and interact in between. But the mother relationship, particularly mother-son relationship, is a very powerful relationship, and that's a very important bond. Once the child can get through that particular thing, then the father can come and have some period where they can try to control the particular child's energy in the right direction. So I think that's a very, and I always emphasize the ladies who come to the clinic is that you are the if the lady in the house collapses for any reason, if they are medically unwell, the house collapses. I mean, the entire family breaks to pieces. And that's why I say that every lady who comes in there, I, I cannot go for exercise. I cannot go for physiotherapy. He says, you must give at least 45 minutes to an hour and a half each day to rejuvenate yourself, because that's how you will demonstrate your love towards your family, not the other way around.
Yeah, thank you for that, Nicole. That is true. But would you not agree then that really it's a partnership between a man and a woman and a husband and wife to understand the goal that they're trying to achieve? And the goal is trying to let the child be themselves and excel in what they're good, just like Julie said. And it's really the child watches that partnership, that teamwork, how it's working, the respect and the collaborating and the understanding and you know the also the very important element here is not to overlook is also that they need to feel adoring each other and showing love for each other constantly, that it's their goal as one to actually bring up the children and stabilize the family and the environment that they're growing in. And I think that it's so beautiful because the male has the strength and the woman has the softness, and to find that, you know, how you sort of blend that is where I think where the children really excel, when they see all this in practice and see it with their eyes and hear it with their ears and sense it. I think that's where the stability of human beings and society will be generated from. But I think that's where we all need education and awareness about how
But
important this
I
is
think
to
that's
work
very, very
together.
true. And what is I still have possibly not emphasized it enough, that women have got a natural instinct to know what is right from wrong, whether that be in a society, from a community, and wherever it is. Let me put it like this: within the family and with the various other places where I've seen, as a human, as a man, you'll have a we have a tendency to use simple logic and critical thinking, and could it be this, could it be that, and but let me put it like this: if it's a woman who comes to my patient, if they say something is not right, it's not right. There's something is, and we have to look into it exactly what's going on, because their dimensions of thinking is much beyond what a man normally would like to do, because they are instinctively wanting to survive, and they look into various situations and circumstances and put it all together. And usually, even in our own family, within my father would take decisions, all right, but it was never unless mother said yes, that's okay, never accepted. And my father would say, if I would say, can I have this, have that, father will say, ask mother, or we will discuss the whole thing. But ultimately, he will look at mother, what do you think? She will say, no, I'll think about it and tell you later. No, I don't feel good about it. Because they look into various other things which a man by himself may not be able to find out. Women possibly will not see that very easily, but as a man, I've always consistently seen that the women's instinctive characteristics, and there are lots of psychological studies as to why and how it happens at a biological levels and at an endocrine level, how it really happens is well understood now. But in reality, is if you know, the hypothalamus and hippocampal gyrus in females is much bigger than in men, and their instinctive ability to survive in the universe is much higher, and that's why women also live longer than men. So there are many more instinctive things which makes women very, very important in our survival in the universe.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. Yeah,
Yeah.
and Julie, you want to say something? Lataji, you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to add to that yes, it is when the husband and wife agree to something, that the things should be put into motion. Like, okay, they ask the mother, the husband asks the mother, or the child asks the mother, and then she goes and speaks to the husband and says, okay, let's put this into motion. And that's when they're the ones that actually bring it about, make it happen. Whereas a woman can't always do that. So this is where the balance has been created by God or the divine to balance the man and the woman to be there together, playing the part in harmony with God's direction, or the way God intended it to be. And when we realize that, things can, the cogs in the gears can run more smoothly, and everyone has a loving environment to develop and grow, because the woman's developing her own characteristics as to becoming a mother, or whatever her role is in the career, and doing her best there, and the husband and the father's doing the same, the children, we're all part, growing together, and then it becomes a wonderful chemistry, a safe environment to develop in and have.
Yeah, definitely, Lataji. And in fact, Dr. Dukul, this aspect of what you have been mentioning about the instinctive nature of women and the role of human physiology anatomically, physiologically, with the role of the endocrine and the metabolic system, and the way these things they work has definitely a very critical role to play in relation to the cognitive skills, which are a little different in women compared to men. And so that makes it really um, a very different way to work with a feminine energy, and how she perceives the world, and how she looks at the world, and how she understands the world. That is why these kind of things gives a very big touch in their professional skills, where women seem to have lead role in particular professions more than compared to men in some of these things, which count to all these things in relation to her physiology, her mental being, her realizations of life, which gives a different perception altogether as a woman itself. And yeah, it's very amazing to see all that. It's also wonderful to also see how the rising cases of domestic violence, how she has been catering a the situation, giving birth to children, and handling and managing herself to understand what her she in 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 as a human being is, apart from um, just being a female. And in all that, all these things play a very critical role in understanding what Advocate Gayatri had been mentioning about gender education is very important in today's time. Understanding as a human being, as a relationship, for both the genders equally is ultimately very important. And talking and discussing about various aspects of life in terms of relationship building, because that critically plays a very important role to remove domestic violence, which in turn will also lead to the enhanced well-being status on the physical and mental basis, which can be brought up with healthy lifestyles. And that can also be done only when you are educated enough to understand the value of a pure consciousness in both the human beings, rather than masculine and feminine as a gender. So this had been a beautiful episode, I would say. And I would like to especially thank uh, all the guests who have come together today, especially Heather and Julie, um, Sarah Mills, Sarit, Gary, Lataji, Mitaji, Alexandra, and Dr. Anjali, Dr. Seema ji, and Kailash as well as Rotarian Lal Goyal for making this episode nice. Thanks a lot for being a part of this episode. Next week, we will be bringing to you another beautiful episode, which is specially dedicated to children, which is Kids and Teens. A Kids and Teens episode is specially for the children, and therefore, if you have children around, or you love children, knowing about children, what children are into, and knowing about their hobbies, talking about children, and a lot of things in relation to children we'll be bringing to you for the next episode that will be broadcasted live on 2nd of November. Till then, I would like to thank everyone, and we would like to close today's episode with Gayatri Mantra. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः. Thank you very much for being the part of this episode. Heather, you are still there and you're awake, and it's very nice. Your last minute's comment before we close today's episode. It's really lovely to hear so many viewpoints from you when it comes to fascia, when it comes to women's health, when it comes from jumping and hopping to so many things. Kindly unmute yourself and your last minute comments.
Wow,
Yes.
this is my first opportunity really to stay on the call from start to finish. And it's just such a blessing, such gratitude to all of you and this incredible team for what you've organized, the panel that you've lined up, the thoughtful conversation, because it's so timely, it's so relevant, and just thank you. Pure gratitude.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Mitaji, you
Amrita,
want to
still,
say something?
Amrita, we are
Yes.
still live. Carry on till I tell
Yes.
you we have stopped. Carry on.
Yes. Yes. Mitaji, can we have your last minute comments as well?
Yeah, thank you very much for a wonderful episode. Amrita, as always, I don't know what the time is at your end. We gained 1 hour. So I'm losing the count. It's 9.5 hours now. And Heather, we had peace prayer vigil at Sarai Heath Faith Forum in the town center with regards to the unfortunate incident which happened on Yom Kippur Day in Manchester. And all faith leaders were there. Unfortunately, I have sprained my ankle, so I couldn't go. But my thoughts are with your community, Jewish community, and we were meeting today in the center of Kimberley today. So as I speak, between 4 and 5, the vigil took place, and many public members as well joined. So faith leaders from Baha'i, Muslim, Christian, Jewish.
Mitaji, as a woman, what are your thoughts?
Sorry?
Your last minute comment as a woman.
I'm sorry, I missed it.
Your last comments as a woman.
Oh, sorry.
Because
Yeah.
we have.
I'm sorry, Amrita. The audio is very, very unclear, so I didn't hear you. My last comments. I think whatever we have spoken and expressed, all the presenters, we need to remember that we are still a nurturing clan, women, and we like to, our natural instinct is to nurture. So we like to look after other people more, and we have to, whatever we said, have to practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm deeply conscious of the fact that Dr. Amrita's, it's 11:30 for you there at night. But I would like to contact Dr. Heather sometime, because I want to know how she manages to communicate her, pass her energy to the people that she sits with, wherever she's working the work, because that's the type of energy I need around my people.
Oh, yeah. Me and Heather, we align a lot with a lot of thoughts. What I have been teaching my students and what she has been practicing. And it's like really, really lovely to have self-aligning people around. So, Dr. Anukul, I will make you connect with her,
Correct.
not a
Absolutely.
problem. Yeah, Heather. Okay, thank you so much. Neil Kumar, thank you so much. And also Nishit Bhai. Should we move on to the next meeting, Neil Kumar, after this, if you're there. I think he's busy. Would